event, that's Scientific Forum for CLIA and Chemistry. This is the second year, the second edition of SFCC 2024. And without further ado, I request our Deputy Director, Mr. Sudeep Mukherjee, to welcome all our speakers and our delegates. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Sudeep Mukherjee. Thank you.
Thanks, Shama. Sorry, some of our customers still on the way. We will not wait, just coming. Yeah. So very good afternoon, doctors, all participants, and everybody, those who are available on the online platform with us. I'm truly delighted and honored to stand before you on the dais today, once again, as we kick off this extraordinary mega event of SFCC, that is Scientific Forum for CLIA and Chemistry. On behalf of Mindray, I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. My name is Sudeep Mukherjee, and I am privileged to witness the incredible talent that our team under the leadership of Shama exhibits every year. Mindray India feels proud to be hosting this event in association with IFCC, CAHO, and ACCLMP. This is the second year for this event that we are hosting in our Mindray India. I convey my sincere gratitude to Dr. Venkatesh Thuppil from CAHO, Dr. Banali Das from IFCC, and Dr. Shushu Sen from ACCLMP, under whose guidance and leadership this whole event is being organized. We are very much pleased to welcome and thank to all the audience and our respected guests who are present in this auditorium today. Well, Mindray always stood forward in the healthcare innovation. We are dedicated in advancing the healthcare for humanity. Our commitment to quality, innovation, patient-centric, and especially user-centric approach has actually propelled us to this level. We are now one of the global leaders in providing medical devices and solutions. We are present in more than 190 countries with more than 300 plus products. We will be committed to develop the new technologies in coordination with our users, innovate the new generation technologies, and give a shape to a product and then bring it and serve to you to serve the humanity. Mindray, we started our operations in India in 2007, and it's now over 14, 15 years. We have established our leadership position in various segments in the market. You name it, is in patient monitoring life support. We stand number 1 and number 2 in various products in the country. You name it, is our ultrasound division. We stand number 2 in the country. And you name it, is hematology. We stand to be number 2 and number 2 in the world as well as in India. It's a great proud moment for us. And having said this, many developments has been done in our immunochemistry and the chemistry also. All of you know that CUBE was one of our mega event which we celebrate every year, and this was the 7th year. For the SFCC, we would like to see that in chemistry and CLIA also, we reach to number 1 and number 2 position in next 5 years' time. As of now, we stand in 6th position in chemistry in the world market. Having said this, we are not only the manufacturer and marketeers for the medical instruments, but we are also imparting knowledge, CMEs, seminars, and one of this is like SFCC. During these 2 days mega scientific feast, we will request you to hold back, enjoy the session, learn as much as possible, and I'm sure it is going to help you and your team in the time to come. Thank you once again for being a part of this mega event. And once again, a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sudeep Mukherjee. And without wasting time, we kickstart the sessions. The first speaker for the day is Dr. Vinita Kothari. May I welcome Dr. Vinita Kothari on stage? And may I request Dr. Vinayaga Murthy to chair the session, please?
Sorry, some technical glitch.
This will go like this. हाँ, और ये forward के लिए. If you don't have, we can do it like that. So, good afternoon, everyone. Not bring anyone. The CV first.
So, very good afternoon to everyone. I'm very much glad to introduce Madam Dr. Vinita Kutari. Madam is Director, Central Laboratory, Indore, and she has done her MD in Pathology. And today, Madam will be highlighting us on role of pathology lab in making nation healthy. Yes, ma'am. Welcome to you and over to you for your lecture.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to convey my gratitude and appreciation to Mindray for such thought-provoking and research-based academics, which I regularly attend. I'll be sharing with you, today we have talked on varied topics. And we all talk of academics and we all pathologists deal with microscopy. But here is something additional which we can do for our nation while practicing our subject and keeping it sustainable. So I'll just share with you my experience. So in 2022, we decided to check with the biochemical parameters of random population in respect to lifestyle diseases. We were seeing lots of young deaths, coronary deaths, especially after COVID. And we thought it's worthwhile, and especially because our city was 7 consecutive times judged as the cleanest city of the country. So we had less number of communicable diseases unlike other part of country. So we thought, why not work on non-communicable diseases? So far from 2022 till date, we have screened more than 330,000 people. Just last week, we conducted a huge mega camp for youth between the age of 18 to 30 years. And in 2 days, we tested 50,121 young people screening for lifestyle diseases. So far, our observation was in that bulk population which we tested, rarely young people used to come for health screening. So we targeted youth this time. Otherwise, in 2 years, I had remaining 50,000. So total 1 lakh young population was tested. These were the people who, this was a random population, those who were unaware of any disease or were, and also were not taking any treatment or they have not had hospital visits. So interestingly, we found, not moving here. Okay. So when we analyze these people, we found that blood glucose was raised and very many frank diabetics were detected because once, so this all, let me tell you, there were 8 set of tests which we did for every person uh, in biochemistry front, but also we checked BMI and waist circumference and blood pressure for everyone and a detailed history with consent. So we found that we were surprised that we found a large number of people having raised creatinine levels. And all these patients, people who had abnormal biochemistry were further subjected to detailed testing. Those with abnormal RBS were taken for HbA1c testing also. And there was a set of 1 lakh individual who underwent HbA1c testing, irrespective of whether the sugar was normal. And we were really shocked to see that 1 in 4 individual was pre-diabetic. So this was a shocking finding which we got in our city. Another thing is, so all this survey was in 2023-24. These additional tests were only done last year and for 1 lakh people. And we found almost 83.54% with low vitamin D, 16.47 with low vitamin B12. TSH was, so this was another surprising finding, that TSH, although recommended only when there is a frank symptom or the lady is pregnant, but we found a significant number of higher TSH level in our population. This was another worrisome data. Almost 34.05% of the individuals, including youth, had. So in the youth, I have analyzed the data separately, but as far as blood pressure is concerned, it was raised equally in young population and old population. Old population, of course, which was included, were those who were, in their knowledge, non-hypertensive. So those who were not on treatment. Another direct correlation we can see is also we had calculated BMI, and there was a significant, so the other day I was reading a news article where they said more than 50% of Indians are sedentary. And here this data almost points towards that. So we have a lot of overweights as well as obese in our study. We compared our data gender-wise also, and I found that cholesterol and protein levels were almost same in male and female, but diabetes or pre-diabetes was higher in males. Maybe it is related to stress. We also classified our data on various age group, and that's how, when we saw that in 18 to 30 years, we are getting significant findings in the original pilot study, then we did this testing for 50,000 youth. Another myth breaker was that middle class was the worst affected. Earlier, we were taught that these lifestyle diseases are disease of rich. But what we observed through our history taking was the consciousness, health consciousness is more among higher class. Availability is less in lower class. So middle class is worst affected. This time we also actually classified our data on the basis of religion. And this I will show you in further slides why this is important. So again, there were certain myth breakers, certain religious community who were thought to be healthier in a general perception were found to have worst lifestyle parameters. We further classified and shared individual community data with their community to improve upon it. We also compared 20,000 urban with rural subset, and we found, of course, as expected, that urban had worse lifestyle parameters. So ultimately, by doing this, we could ultimately create a sort of model. It was, so we are all aware that the lifestyle disease incidents are rising, and I think every educated person also knows what to do and what not to do. But by objectively screening the data, we found people more receptive once they got their reports in hand. We were very particular about the quality of reports which were released. We screened all the zones of Indore, all socioeconomic group, both genders participated equally. Community-wise also we did. And in the entire process of 2.5 years, we have done almost 2,268 camps to make it more accessible and for the population to be able to get their test done. So, sorry. We have studied in a significant number, almost 15,000 people who did yoga 6 months or more. So I had group of people who were doing marathon. We also had participants who were very regular with aerobics, participants with gym and yoga. And we found that in our study at least, and the impact on sugar especially was very significant with yoga. We not only did screening, but we have organized throughout the year, almost every week, some or the other activity like Heart Club, Marathon, Anti-Tobacco. So this all came under this Health of Indore model, which we tried to create. And why is it important? WHO report projects that lifestyle disorder will cost India $6 trillion by 2030. And so it's high time that we reverse, otherwise the country's economy will be affected very badly. Here, what was significant was that government had to only spend 60 lakhs in the entire project of 3,30,000 people. Rest was borne by the citizens voluntarily. Now, when I said we classified the patient community-wise, it was because in 2012, we started the entire Bohra community. I don't know how many of you are aware, but it's a very organized community. And before we had Aadhaar card, they had their RFIP numbers. So it is very easy to track and to observe the changes. So when in 2012, I tested the community in Indore, where they were, their Sayyedana was to come. So that was a suggestion from him. So almost everyone participated. And the data which I was asked to summarize and give showed large predisposition to heart disease. There were almost 67% cases with hypercholesterolemia and huge number of hypertensives. So heart-related problems were huge. And likewise, you can see diabetes. And when in 2022, when I thought of this project, I again started with them. Where I found a significant change, which the community brought up after my previous report. They changed their food goes from masjid every evening to every household. So after the report, earlier report was submitted in 2012, they made major changes in their food. And of course, must have suggested exercise, etc. But primarily it was food. And then when this time it was done, we found that from 67%, the cholesterol levels fell down to almost 13%. So this gave me an insight as to if when we are searching for this problem, we should also classify people with similar food habits so that maybe we can find something more. And that's how I had classified it. And now, so this was in 2012, which we did. Another was yoga. So yoga, we again found very significant, but of course, inclusion criteria had people doing yoga for 6 months or more. So that was significant improvement. So when I was given this topic of how we can help the nation through biochemistry, so I thought I'll share my model. Many of you are from different parts of the country and you can think about doing this. My model became successful it is a tier B town, and where getting this number is a huge number. So it was because of the political will. I requested the member of parliament that I want to do this project, and they were there to support me with all parshads and local MLAs and MPs helping me arrange camps. No money, only arrangements. Citizens' participation was huge. I mean, wherever I go and I request that the community, even if they think they are healthy, should get it done, they voluntarily arrange for camps for me. And of course, the doctor's zeal I have entire Indian Medical Association doctors ready to do anything to this cause anytime. And one interesting thing I involved was spiritual leaders' involvement. So, like in Bohra community, I realized that when Sayyidana says something, everyone listens. So now I have been in touch with various religious leaders who hold mass impact, and they have also included, along with spiritual health, the importance of physical health and this lifestyle diseases in their own way in their pravachans. And media has been supportive, of course. And therefore, I could create a model which is very sustainable. For 3 years, I am doing this with not a single penny of loss from my side. It has to be made accessible, which we did through camps, and I have 80 collection centers in Indore. So all those centers are also open to anyone wanting to come and do the testing. We made it extremely affordable, uh, and it is a scalable model. So after I did in Indore, I thought Indore will be easy for us, but what about other places? So when Bora community asked us to carry it out in 5 different states, we did large number in Gujarat, Rajasthan, part of Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, other than MP, and we could manage it in the same cost in the same way. So it is definitely a scalable model, and it's a community effort which is required, which you get if you share information properly to the individuals. I have searched for various studies. I could find only one significant study by ICMR, which took 12 years for completion. These were some of the references. This was our member of parliament who, before starting the camp, came to see our lab. Then we conducted all who's who in Indore. We invited them to discuss this matter and whether we should go ahead with this. So the collector and commissioner, Union Health Minister invited us, various governors of MP and Kerala, Chief Minister of MP. He changed, so the new one. So all of them are actually involved, and ICMR director, various religious leaders, Indian Medical Association, as I said. So these are the type of various camps which we have been doing. It's, I think, thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations, ma'am, for your extensive work. Especially now the government of India has initiated a program in coordination with ICMR. It's called MRHU. The aim of this program is extending these special investigations like what you have done, vitamin B12, thyroid, as well as HbA1c and vitamin D, which is available to the rural population. I am also one of the member of that. But this is what government of India doing. I am really surprised to see that as an individual you have done this, and that too screening, doing HbA1c for almost 1 lakh population. It's really commendable. So really congratulations for your work. Now I'm opening this topic for discussion.
Yes, can I? So congratulations for such a beautiful project that you have shown. One or two questions spring to my mind is, one is which reference ranges have we used? Because now we are going to extrapolate this data for Indian public health. And so have we compared it with Indian reference ranges or whatever?
Yeah.
Second question was that creatinine, because that was a surprising finding. And what was the follow-up on these patients? What was the reason for it?
Yeah. So two things. One is, one you said about the reference range. So in the first year when we did, we took our reference range of the laboratory. But second year when ICMR got involved, then we also compared it with Indian ranges. And the percent varied only 0.34%. Another was creatinine. Yes, it is quite a worrisome thing. And so I don't know where it is. So we are now extensively working because this create people are on follow-up. And through AI, I have a follow-up of all those patients. We get a graph as to, so one was double check. So that was done. That is already done. And now this data is on a follow-up. Those who require treatment. So many of them had borderline ranges. And but those who had significant ranges, whom the nephrologists have chosen for treatment, have been put on treatment. So this follow-up we are working. I think this year, let's see. So there's some, it's a big number. So we are trying to, from next week, we'll be starting with a follow-up camps everywhere. So that is already planned. So that.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Ma'am, first of all, I have congratulate you to such a wonderful data for a religious based community. So I just wanted to know the Muslim and then Bohra community Muslims are the lifestyle will be remain same, but the discipline wise will be totally different. I am agree with your data, but I wanted to know drastically their the cholesterol level and data can be drastically changed once the Bohra community has changed of, I think so you have already discussed about the food. So do you have any data what food habit they have going to be changed drastically so that there will be a cholesterol level and something is down drastically?
So all I am aware is that after the report was submitted, that called a dietitian then in 2012. And those with high cholesterol were given. So the tiffins were classified based on the abnormal biochemical parameter. And this they've been following. But this, what I am talking to you, is only about Indore Bohra community. So once they saw the improvement in our city, now we are testing for them everywhere. So in Surat, they had 1 lakh Bohras who come when there is Sayyidana's father's birthday. It is usually in October. So last year when we tested them, ultimately they keep their data with them. And then there is a system in the community wherein they're all connected through, so they regularly, I mean, they keep taking our talks, they create awareness, so that they have started for other cities. Here, what exactly in food, maybe I'll ask them for their this thing. They said we were given bland food, we were using very fatty food earlier. The non-vegetarian diet was also reduced, and salads were increased in diet. So that was a general thing, which was inculcated in their daily menu. So now they are doing it more scientific for the entire community. I'll share with you what they have planned.
Yes, because you have told me that food has been distributed from the mosque. So I think so that food will be common for everywhere in household.
So every masjid makes food.
Yeah,
So for Indore city, they had appointed dietitians. I think seeing this example of Indore, now they're planning to do it across the country. So first thing they do is after we release the reports, they classify, they take the classification from us as to how many have raised cholesterol, how many have creat. Then their own community doctors consult and their own dietitians advise them. And then, so last year we did Surat. Now this year again in October, we'll be doing the same people. And the people are identified by their RFIP numbers.
thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? She has been instrumental in doing this incredible work, and government has also recognized. And in the tea break, we will have a short video, although she will be gone. But we will play a short video what she has been doing and how the government has been felicitating her. So thank you, Dr. Vinita Kothari.
Thank you.
May I request Dr. Vinayaga Murthy?
Yes, ma'am. I have one clarification from ma'am. Ma'am, why you have restricted only with the adults population in this study? Because one reason what I could say is
That's
maybe
the-
the ethical issue that is
Yeah,
involved.
that was the
Because
reason.
recently a lot of reports are coming that in adolescents age group where there is an increasing number of metabolic syndrome, which is reflecting in your data, which is including the insulin resistance, hypertension, and PCOD, even in the school going children.
Yeah.
Since you have done so much, why don't you extrapolate this work to the adolescents also?
Yeah, so the 22,000 children also we tested, but then there were a lot of issues of
Yes.
parents consenting. And I being a private person, so I thought I will not fall into the controversial area, although I agree with you. If government give us project, I think this is something which is required to do. So adolescent, but we chose 18 so that the child can give
Yeah.
consent for themselves.
Thank you.
So may I request Dr. Vinayaga Murthy to felicitate our speaker, please? May I call Dr. Thuppil on stage too?
Shama.
हाँ, दे. And Dr. Thuppil will felicitate our speaker with a bouquet. अभी देख Dr. Vinayaga Murthy का Vinayaga Murthy. May I request Dr. Thuppil to felicitate our chairperson? Thank you, sir. May I request our next speaker, Dr. Manisha Patwardhan, to please come on stage. And may I request Dr. Thuppil to please chair the session?
Yeah, okay. I'll just put it on slide.
Dr. Manisha, very good afternoon.
You don't know
Yes,
this?
sir.
Do I know Dr. Manisha? Ask her. I don't know for how long I know Dr. Manisha, a wonderful person. He is head of quality of AG Diagnostics Private Limited, Ajit Golwilkar. MD Pathology, DB in 1995 from St. GS Medical College. I'm very closely associated with this
Just try now.
St. GS Medical College and KM Hospital, Mumbai. They gave me an opportunity to deliver an oration.
जोर से दबाना खाली.
I tell you, with 28 years of her association with laboratory medicine, apart from qualification, apart from several training and experiences, you can visualize the competence of Dr. Manisha. Must be highly competent, Dr. Manisha. Competition is the combination of qualification plus your training plus your experience, 28 years of experience, long more years to go. And clinical biochemistry, immunoassay, process management in labs is in her heart. I've seen that. I've gone a number of times to her lab. And she has very long experience in the field of quality and accreditation. She is one who started with 17025, isn't it, if I'm right? and then 15189, then as a technical assessor, lead assessor. And in fact, I'm extremely grateful to Dr. Manisha. She is the one who invited me to conduct internal auditors training program with in Pune, in that institute, which is that in Quality Institute of Government of India. And later on, you in fact took over and did. I don't know, 25th training of FQI was in your place, 50th was in your place, 100th was in your place. And apart from assessor, she is a very fine person, helping laboratories all over. Because she had gone to Sri Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, if I remember, when Dr. Patil was alive that time, you went and helped them. They got accreditation. In fact, I am really astonished, happy, and very extremely lucky to be here when Dr. Manisha invited me and Girdhar Gyani to deliver some oration some time ago. Therefore, excellent speaker in various conferences, seminar, international meetings. I'm very honored to introduce Dr. Manisha. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to the Mindray team, and especially Shima for this opportunity. And this is only the second year of SFCC, but I am hoping that we see more of these. Every year, we would like to be here and learn from our peers. So my topic, when she called, usually she calls and says that choose a topic. And then it's very easy that you choose a topic on which you have been speaking till now. So some topic which I've already delivered, which I've already prepared, something like that. But then I felt that when she gave me the choice, I'm working in this area at the moment, auto verification of reports. So I thought, why not take this up so that, it refines my own understanding and refines the process also in the bargain for the lab. So I took up this topic. So auto verification in clinical laboratory requirements and challenges. So this is a part of the post-analytical phase. And if you all realize, post-analytical phase is a phase where we talk about it very less. Usually we concentrate on the pre-analytical and the analytical phase. And the post-analytical phase is like, the stepchild. So today we are going to speak about this final phase of the laboratory work in which the laboratory results are evaluated until they are released. So the evaluation or review will include comparison with reference intervals, the clinical setting, and the previous test results for that same patient. So the purpose of this step is to detect potential errors before test results are released by the laboratory. So you would traditionally, we do it, the authorized signatory does this. May it be the senior technical person, the biochemist, pathologist, microbiologist, whoever is the authorized signatory and has the necessary qualification, training, experience, and continual professional development. So the competence. So what does this person do? This person employs the mental algorithms in his or her own head. What is the patient? What is the value am I looking at? Is it a critical result? Do the pre-analytics seem okay? So after all this mental math, that person will decide whether to release the report or not. Vis-a-vis, the auto verification is a process whereby predefined computer-based algorithms automatically perform actions on a defined subset of laboratory results without the need for manual intervention. So in some places, especially the ISO 151892022, the word which is used is automatic selection of reports. And other places, the CLSI uses the word auto verification. So allow me to use them interchangeably for today's purpose. So what will the auto verification engine really do? It will take the pre-analytical information, the analytical information, that is the sample information, instrument status, what are the test result values, and then it will decide whether it can auto-verify a particular result or not, or then whether manual intervention is required. So when anyone is thinking of setting up an auto-verification process in the lab, what are the things that you should consider? What are the capabilities that the laboratory should have, the organization should have, or you should evaluate? So first is obviously the equipment, because the equipments will have to be fully automated and there has to be a certain confidence level in the performance of the instrument. So that you should be very careful whether the Six Sigma performance is there, how well are they transmitting the values, are the instrument flags for the errors robust, because all those reports have to be caught back, isn't it? So you have to look at the capabilities of the equipment, then of the laboratory information system, because the laboratory information system has to do a lot of work here. So your LIS has to be capable of handling the auto verification process. Then the personnel and the staff have to develop the algorithms, because there's not going to be any ready-made algorithm which is applicable to your lab and my lab. So the lab has to have domain experts, have to have people who will think and develop these algorithms. The IT team, you have to also think whether you have an in-house IT team or your IT team is sitting at some other place, because then that coordination is required to get your algorithms in place. So once you decide that auto verification module has to be set up in your lab, what would be the process steps? So first is you identify the test. Which tests have maximum load? Where do you have the maximum confidence in the performance? Accordingly, you can decide which tests you want to auto-verify, because you can't start off with the entire number of tests that you are doing. Then the middleware design. So LIS configuration and the middleware design. Both of these will play an important role in how much you can your auto verification process ahead. Then you have to design the flowcharts, develop the algorithms, calculation of the automatic release interval, and then last but not the least, validation. You have to do a lot of validation of the algorithms that you have put in, using all possible scenarios. That what if the instrument flags? What if there's hemolysis? So you have to take into consideration all these factors and then validate the auto verification process. So the AV algorithms are usually designed with data filters based on instrument errors and quality control flags, then the serum indices for hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia, the critical values and result range limits, delta checks, and consistency checks. What are consistency checks? Interdependent tests. So if your TSH is this, then your free T4 or T3 should be this. That kind of a thing. Both should match. So that is a consistency check. So just look at this particular mental map. So this is something which all of us do when we are releasing a report. Have a test result, then we automatically always see whether that person, that patient has come to us before. Then don't follow it exactly, but just think of the idea. I mean, think of all the mental calculations that we do. We see that if there's a delta check, are there more results which also have been done in your lab before? Or are all these and the change in today's value compatible with the available clinical data? If no, then we do tend to call up the physician, we check with the physician for the history, etc. Then depending upon what the clinician tells you, you will decide to either release the result or do some kind of recollection, repeat testing, or some reflex testing. If it's a critical result, again, you will communicate to the physician immediately. If at all, you have to also do a review of the controls, review sample aspect and volumes, review the crude data if required. So this is the entire process which is happening in your head, my head, when we are releasing a report. So all this has to be incorporated now into your auto verification algorithm. So example of a simple algorithm, this is a part of CLSI guideline. So say, for example, measure the serum BUN and creatinine within dynamic range of the instruments. Then you check the ratio, then you check the delta, check limit. Okay, I'll talk about this later. And then decide whether you can auto-verify the results. If not, they will go for manual review. So this is a simple algorithm which can be built. A slightly more complex algorithm where you're measuring serum or plasma sodium, okay? Then here you are bringing in the paraprotein part, because as you know, if there's paraproteinemia, you may get pseudo-hyponatremia. So you have to check for that. You have to check the lipemic index, etc., etc. So you may have a very complex algorithm depending upon the parameters that you are going to auto-verify. So any algorithm, again, if there's a QC check fail, if there's an instrument error flag, indices check, if it's a critical result, in all these situations, it will hold for manual review and corrective action. So these are some examples of the algorithms which you can build. So AV algorithm is developed using rule-based systems. In the rule-based approach, the test result is predominantly evaluated using the if-then type of logic. So, you know, these are just a nomenclature of the logics that can be used. So if the TSH is this much, then or if the cholesterol is this much, then what happens? That kind of thing. Now, after evaluation, results that fall outside of the defined acceptability criteria are set aside for manual review by the laboratory staff. Now, in addition, these systems may also perform operations such as reflex test request, retesting, and automated addition of comments also. You know, we know that we are required to put in interpretations on the reports about the condition of the sample, or again suggest some further testing. So all these also can be put in by an AV algorithm. So words of caution. Laboratories with limited experience in AV should begin with simple algorithms. Higher AV pass rates can be achieved by implementing more complex algorithms after acquiring experience. Rule types comprising AV algorithms can range from numerical verification intervals, simple numerical verification intervals, that is, all results between 10 to 20 have to be passed that way, or Boolean rule sets. So there are various statistical and logical rule sets which can be applied. And as results are released in two steps, that is from the middleware and the LIS, the algorithm has to foresee all the actions in each of them and how each of these will behave. And the testing and validation process should include both the middleware and the LIS properly. So coming to reference change value, an important concept. Harris and Yasaka introduced the term reference change values when there's a change in a serial result in a patient. So you've done a hemoglobin for a patient today and 3 months down the line. How much should be the difference if no clinical event has occurred in between? Obviously, if the patient has bled or has had a surgery or has been put on iron, then it's a different thing. But in if there is no clinical event which has happened, then the change between the two will be dependent on what? It will be dependent on the analytical imprecision and the biological variation. So reference change values provide an objective tool for assessment of the significance of differences in serial results in individuals. So RCV can be used for delta checking and auto verification in addition to as tools for monitoring differences in serial results in an individual. So there is this very daunting formula. I mean, I can't even read it, leave alone apply it, or leave alone put in figures into this and try to calculate this. So looking at this itself, half of the enthusiasm of trying to calculate the RCVs for our lab values and actually applying them was, in my case also, it was lost, because I'm not at all a mathematician or a statistician. So this is where CVA is the analytical coefficient, CVI is the coefficient of intra-individual biological variation, so on and so forth. But thankfully today the internet is like what? Encyclopedia. So you actually have calculators. So there is a BMJ interactive calculator. You choose a test, put in the analytical variation, the biological variation, the reference interval which you apply, decide whether you want it at 95% confidence level or 99% confidence level, and enter your lab results and see whether the minimum change required to conclude that two serial measurements are likely different is called the reference change value, and arrows to the left and right of your first result show the RCV for this test. So if you populate it, you will get the figures ready-made onto the internet. Now still there is a challenge, because this logic has to then be incorporated into your middleware or LIS also. So just having a thing on the internet and being able to do 2 or 3 values will not solve your purpose. But yes, at least this is there for your understanding. And gradually, I hope, or it will happen that the LIS people will pick this up. So this is just an example. So for albumin, this is for a particular lab. So this is not universal, because your basic CV percent will be different, no, in each lab. So say for this particular lab, there's an analytical CV, an intra-individual CV, and then they have given the RCVs, which you can use for the delta check. So a delta check should be used as an integral part of the LIS with automatic alerts, indicating when the result exceeds the predefined limits of the delta check. The difference from the previous result is calculated as a delta percent change and compared with RCV limits. So when you have two values, one done last week, one done this week, you have to calculate the delta difference and then compare it with the RCV for that analyte to decide whether it is acceptable or not. So there's just an example here. So I'm sorry for the units, because this I have picked up. These are not the units in which you and I usually report, but fine. So there is this value, this is the delta difference, this is the delta percent change, then the analytical variability within subject biological variation, the formula has been applied, and you get a 17%. So look at this, the delta percent change. So delta check limit. So the delta check limit is less than 17%, or rather 17%. So conclusion, the result is outside the defined delta check limit, this thing. Okay, so your delta check limit had to be within 17%, whereas here the difference or the delta percent change is 88.1%. So this result cannot be included in your auto verification. So similarly, there's an example of serum glucose. Now, if you've built an auto verification algorithm, then there are 2 or 3 examples which show how you will look at the data that you get from your AV algorithms. What was your specific criteria? What was the analytical measurement range? Was it a critical value? What was the delta percent check? Again, the time interval is also important. You have one glucose value 2 years ago, one glucose value today, or one glucose value 2 weeks ago and one glucose value today. It's a different thing, isn't it? 2 years ago, the person may not be even having diabetes. Now the person has diabetes and is on treatment. So the clinical settings will change. And then whether or not the auto verification is I mean, whether it has passed the value or not. So in example, yes, it has passed the value. In 2 and 3, it has not passed the value. So after you build your auto verification module, after you have put your algorithms in place, then this is how you will do your testing, validation, and monitoring on a day-to-day basis. So suppose you have 100 reports or 200 reports which are being auto-verified, it is the duty of the lab to keep going back and checking whether this validation holds true or not. So our experience, Golwilkar Lab since 47 years is a lab in Pune. And obviously it started off with typewritten reports signed by hand with the transcription checked through a read back with the technician. The technician says T3 this much, T4 this much, TSH this much, then the data entry operator, then the authorized signatory, everybody is having readbacks, and then you actually sign out a report with hand. So this is how all of us have traditionally, even I 28 years ago was doing the same thing. Now gradual shift to automation, LIS middleware, and thus IT becoming the backbone of lab workflow, this has changed. So now all of us have a much easier life in reviewing reports as well as signing them out. Now throughout all these years, we have done a lot of in-house developments. So as much as possible. So we have not relied on direct ready-made softwares coming in for anything. We have always believed in trying to develop them ourselves so that we get the required customization for our lab, what is applicable for our lab. So just as an example, suppose, these are our early examples or which most labs are following as a, say, PBS review criteria. So in a previous review criteria also, you will feed in certain sets of rules into your hematology analyzers. And then you will see which hemogram, which patient will require a PBS review and who will not require a PBS review, right? So something like this, that this person has a hemoglobin of 15 and a neutrophil of 77 and a total WBC count of this. So what we started doing gradually was that this is transcribed onto our report directly. We could build this logic into the LIS that from here I get the normochromic, normocytic, mild poly, and like I said, an interpretative remark, everything. We could develop it such that this can happen automatically. So like I said, in fact, I'll just go back. Necessity is the mother of invention. As the numbers go up, year by year, day by day, year by year, you realize that you are going to have to make these kind of innovations. And that is how we landed up making them. Because ours is a standalone lab, we do not give a CBC. And we do not give a printout directly from the instrument at all. So we have all the hemogram requests are always, there's always a PBS made and the PBS was being seen. But with the increasing numbers now, we could do some things like this, where the very standard patients, we could give the descriptive findings also through the LIS itself. This is another example where we could get the hypomicro, all these which the instrument has flagged onto our interpretative comments. So these we have worked in where an algorithm will look at these and give the applicable remark. Similarly, in urine, we could do this. If you can see, out of the 272 samples processed that day, 115 samples have been released by automatic selection. And the ones which are not released, we know what we have to look in them. So in this, there is a higher number of epithelial cells. Here, there is acetone. So this filtration also became easy. So for that particular urine, we could only look at the acetone and then release the report. So then coming to the biochemistry and building of algorithms, we have done that. I have given just a few examples. So say for HbA1c, we have to also look at the variant area. So you have to remember that when you're building the algorithm, you have to factor that in. Then you have to, for say B12, vitamin D, TSH. Okay, for TSH, there is an omit pediatric because I don't want a neonatal TSH to slip through. So all this thinking has to be done and the algorithms have to be built. Various types of programs can be used. You can either use the completely independent program for this, or then you can use your own LIS after upgrades, or your middleware, or a combination of all these. So we use a combination of all these three things. So applications so far in my lab and in other labs also are in core clinical chemistry, urine analysis, hematology. Now I have seen reports where they have been able to apply this to coagulation testing, to other departments also. Now obviously a micro report or a histopath report, which has a lot of interpretation, will not be cannot be subjected to an auto verification, but there are certain reports which are giving their experiences in various departments and disciplines. So what are the regulatory requirements? The ISO 151892022 speaks about automated selection, review, release, and reporting of results. So it says that these criteria are specified, approved, readily available, and understood by personnel responsible for authorizing the release of results. The criteria validated and approved before use, regularly reviewed and verified after changes to the reporting system that can affect their proper functioning and place patient care at risk. So you may change the method, you may change the reference interval. So all that has to be immediately incorporated. Results selected by an automated reporting system for manual review should be identifiable, and as appropriate, date and time of selection and review, as well as identity of the reviewer are retrievable. When necessary, rapid suspension of automated selection, review, release, and reporting is applied in case there's some problem with the instrument suddenly. Okay, and then after that, you cannot just keep releasing reports automatically. You may have to be more vigilant. So you have to suspend this and perhaps look at the next 200 reports vigilantly and then go back to the auto verification engine. CLSI has two documents. This was an older one, auto verification of clinical laboratory test results approved guideline. And now there's an auto 15, auto verification of medical laboratory results for specific disciplines. So here it is talking about what you do in hematology, what you do in clinical chemistry, etc. So the requirements to be documented, there is the intensive validation that you do, e-validation, anytime changes are made. All this should be readily available and understood by the laboratory staff. The results which are held for manual review should be identifiable for a retrospective review, and ability to suspend the AV system immediately when necessary. So what are the advantages? One is obviously the turnaround time is improved. The operational performance improves. That is the immediate verification of a result, repeat analysis, reflexive testing, addition of comments, or suggested manual steps, including manual review of the result. Some uncommon events may be picked up, like plasma albumin exceeding total protein, or a marked discrepancy between the icteric index and the total bilirubin. Or see, if you have a good algorithm, it will even pick up the paraprotein which you have reported 1 month ago when you are giving out the sodium today, because you have put in the delta check also in place. So which in fact a pathologist may not remember, or if it's a large lab, you may not access that data, but an auto verification engine will very diligently and automatically go back to the previous data. So by automatically performing actions on results that meet well-defined criteria, more time is made available for manual processing of those results that require special attention. Though we may not like to admit it, inertia, judgment errors, and lack of updated knowledge plague all of us, right? So auto verification ensures that every result consistently receives the very same review process, whether it's 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the night, junior pathologist on duty, senior most pathologist on duty. This process will remain consistent. Auto verification algorithms provide the opportunity to develop more sophisticated algorithms that incorporate more extensive data than would be possible for a laboratorian to perform in a consistent, timely, and accurate manner. Ours is a walk-in lab, like I said. There are people who are coming to us for 20 years. So I might have a report of one person every month. I get that data, but you imagine whether I can go through it while authorizing his report for today. So if I have this, then automatically the entire historical data will be reviewed. So necessity, I had put in earlier that as our hemogram numbers increased, we had to do certain changes. Now, as when COVID hit, and then now when dengue and chikungunya are absolutely rampant in Pune, necessity is the mother of desperation is what I thought, and innovation. So we even started, why only clinical chemistry? Why only hematology? Then why only urine analysis? So we started thinking a little out of the box. And then these ones, these kind of results, which any which ways we have no clinical history, or that even the authorized signatory is going to think in a particular way. Okay, so we decided why not try out for these kind of results also. Serology, immunoassays, and we are experimenting with this. We are at the moment trying to play, obviously with great caution we are going. So our pass rates are not very high, but I have somewhere started the thinking and process that as many results that can go with auto verification, why not? Because it spares time for more important work, other work. So it is not that, it is a tainted subject, because there's a misconception that auto verification is remote authorization. There's nobody in the lab. They are not looking into results. They are holidaying in Goa or conferencing in Goa. It is not like that. Auto verification can be equivalent to a manual review, or rather at times I showed you, it can take into consideration more extensive data points than what a human being can do. So disadvantages, creating AV rules is a complex process. Validating the AV process is time consuming. The burden of rule maintenance and testing, and heavy burden of maintaining duly trained and qualified personnel to use these systems, and no broadly scripted common sets of middleware rules. So all these are the disadvantages, challenges at the moment, which we are trying to overcome. Another important thing, with whom will the medical legal responsibility lie? Will it lie with the algorithm developer, who might be an IT person, the domain expert who has given him all the inputs, the technical staff, the authorized signatory, who? Yeah, so at the moment, the vicarious responsibility lies with every lab director, but this is still a question which may come up in the near future as a very pertinent question. The future improvement of AV using a Six Sigma approach and artificial intelligence in AV, with a lot of, I read these names, not that they make much sense to me. There is Dr. Riju Matthews here who might later on put some light on these terms. But what I mean is there will be a lot coming up, and auto verification pass rates can increase significantly. So take home message is, designing and implementing an AV system is a demanding task that requires input from several knowledge domains. Pass rates of 50 to 60% are readily achievable at the initial stages. Unfortunately, the literature is scarce in works detailing how to implement rules and algorithms for the automatic release of laboratory results, mainly in the national scenario. So thank you, and this is our team, and this has been a project which required a lot of teamwork. So I thank my entire AG Diagnostics team, and thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha, for a very elaborate, very difficult topic you have covered. And it's open for any discussion. If any clarification from anybody, feel free.
Any questions?
First of all, I thank you very much for lots of informations you have shared us for auto verifications. But my question is that mostly in terms of reference, there will be no reference and intervals in terms of, that samples pre-analytical error is there. Because you see, generally in hematology, that will be some limited time the sample is, sample validity is a very low times are there. So after some time that morphology got changes. And then after that we are running on automation. Definitely sometimes I have seen in most of the labs, the basophil is coming in high. Even after actually 8 hours or 10 hours, most of the labs are collecting the sample outside the labs. They are bringing from the remote locations and they are doing that. And because of auto verification, the people, even the normal in terms of basophilia, their basophil count is coming high. So your valid point is reference interval is very, very important to establish that. That's I really appreciate your, the presentations. But most of the lab that is not going to follow that the reference and intervals
See, let us.
or auto verification.
Okay, so I'll answer. One is reference change value and delta check. We will also have to understand where all it is applicable. Okay, hematology is yet it is less adaptable to these kind of things. The core clinical laboratory will have the maximum number of parameters which can be auto verified. That is the first thing. Secondly, an intelligent AV algorithm or auto verification engine will have taken care of all your pre-analytical factors also. That is how you put it in. So when you're building the algorithm, you will build in whether all the pre-analytical criteria have been satisfied or not. So take, for example, I have built in that every CBC processed within the acceptable time comes for auto verification. Okay, so if the lab can capture that has not happened, it will not come for auto verification, it will go for manual review. That is the intelligence of that building that AV algorithm.
Ma'am, actually I have a serious concern
Yes.
regarding that. Although I entered late in your lecture, but the basic thing is that whenever anybody talks about auto verification, so auto verification is largely dependent on delta check. And in our scenario, in Indian scenario, a delta check without a proper patient history, how much valid it is. And even in the best of the hospitals, you get 20% of the patients having proper history.
Yes.
Otherwise, this particular thing, particularly suppose a patient of anemia or particularly a patient of your, I'm talking of your language, a patient having a HB heterozygous had never been above 8.5. So you had a sample swap and you have got all perfect and your auto verification released a result of 12. So all the delta check and auto verification goes for vain if you don't have a proper history. And unfortunately, even in the best of the institutes, they never comply more than 20% of a patient history.
Dr. Sen, the first and foremost thing is an anemia will basically not go for an auto verification. That is what we are talking. If we've set when we set the limit, see, it depends on you whether you want to set your limit for hemoglobin 10 to 14, 11 to 12,
Ma'am,
or
actually,
12 to 14.
I just have said exactly the opposite one. The patient of known patient of HB heterozygous, you had a sample swap and the sample is of an absolute normal patient. So your auto verification will release it or not.
So that's what, so it depends on what all you want to capture. Now ours is a standalone lab with a very robust LIS. We actually pick up history. I mean, we can capture the history also into the algorithm if it is given. If it is given.
That is the question, ma'am. If it is given, even in the, again, I am vouching that even the best of the institutes, clinicians do not bother to give history to the patient,
Agreed.
even not even more than 20% of the total sample.
Agree. So Dr.
And you
Sen,
forget about B2B labs and all these labs who actually have almost 0% of clinical history of their samples.
So Dr. Sen, it is always a risk-benefit analysis that you have to do. So everywhere, like there is a risk, there will be a risk of that one person, one patient or one sample having a problem. But you will always apply your judgment in such a way that your risk management is at its best and you try to give. Because see, even the turnaround time is important. So it has its benefits also, and we have put up the disadvantages also. In the disadvantages, you may have a scenario like this, and there might be a problem. You have to be able to handle and factor in all this while building your auto verification engine.
I think we can have a tea time some more discussion. Uh, do you have some more time for any questions for her?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
One or
then
two
it's feel free. In that case, I would like to have some guidance from Dr. Manisha on IT and cyber security challenges. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
throw some light on IT and cyber security challenges?
With the recent thing which we just saw 2 days ago, I think nothing is safe. You can't even use a mobile phone or a laptop anymore on a flight, I guess. So as though I'm not a authority on these topics, we do have an IT team which is continuously looking into these aspects and trying to keep the whole system as safe as possible. That's all I can say.
In
because it's with
mega laboratories like yours, data security,
Yes.
encryption, protecting against cyber threats and hacking, because human data.
Yes,
You know
sir.
what happened in Indian data in Australia. And then ensuring system uptime and availability, managing software updates and patches,
Yes, sir.
compliance with IT regulations and standards which you don't comply with. I tell you, 50% of softwares and hardwares we are using are from the gray market. They are not licensed. On any day, IT department can come and take these things away.
Yes,
Therefore,
sir.
these are all the things which are challenges
Compliance
today.
issues. Yes. Those are challenges which we face, but like you said, the lab has to see that they are putting in the best systems and following all the rules and
The future
regulations.
challenges you mentioned, coping up with machine learning and artificial intelligence and things like that. Of course. What about expanding this auto verification to molecular diagnostics?
Sir, I wouldn't have any experience because I don't do that. So
The
that's what I
upcoming- this is
said.
an upcoming challenge.
Yeah, so I said did read up a few reports. They have said that they've applied it in an oncopathology laboratory. They have applied it in a molecular diagnostics laboratory. But because I don't work in that area, I wouldn't be able to comment on that, sir.
Any laboratory will have parallel manual and auto verification.
Yes, sir.
There should be balancing
There
between
should
these
be
two.
a balancing. That's what I said, that you can decide how much you want on this side and what all you want to manually review.
Ma'am, can we take actually, ma'am, we
Take
have
the
many online questions people are asking. So I'll just, if time permits, I'll just read out one or two, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
So,
I
ma'am-
thought I can read them here.
Yeah,
No,
please
fine.
go ahead.
I'll just, ma'am, Dr. Singhal is asking, signature in auto verification is done by a pathologist. Is it required for him to be in the lab, or from maybe outside the laboratory auto verification can be done?
So auto verification, the concept is even when the person is sitting in the laboratory, the auto verification engine is working, right? But the person is not actually looking at that particular report. Isn't it? That is why you've built in an auto verification engine. Mr. XYZ, BSL 95 fasting and BSL PP 120. So even when we are sitting in the laboratory, this is going to be auto verified based on the algorithm that you have built, and it is going to be released. So the whole question is, I mean, where the pathologist is not the question here. Again, like I said, this is a tainted subject. It is a sensitive topic, sensitive issue. It's not like that. When we are talking about auto verification, it's a very complex process, requires a lot of input from the laboratory. It is not about the pathologist not being there. In fact, if you actually start doing it, you will realize how much work goes into building these algorithms and continuously having to look at them, revise them, check them, and go back every day and audit. Like we do a sample audit of say about 20 reports which have been auto verified on the previous day to see that the whole engine is working properly. So it is not about the pathologist not being there or being there. It is an important tool, a new tool which almost many labs are already using. It's an auto verification engine that you are going to put into your system.
Exactly. I would like to throw some light over here. As you said, for hematology, it is really very difficult. And we've been trying since past 3-4 months to do the AV in our system at Agilus, but still the work is in progress,
Absolutely.
process.
It is a difficult
So it's
process.
very difficult.
It is a difficult
Yeah.
process. Imagine the number of variables that you have to factor in. So at the moment, the pass rates are not even 30 to 40% in any lab. See, all the vendors, instrument vendors, LIS middleware vendors, all are working towards this common goal of being able to handle large numbers, large volumes of testing with the best justice given to each aspect of that testing.
And it's not one person involved. It's
Yes,
a
it is a whole
teamwork and
team.
yeah.
Right from the instrument vendor, the middleware LIS developers, and then the individual lab. Everybody has to work in tandem to make this as safe and beneficial as possible.
Ma'am, one last question. There are actually many questions, but just one last. Ma'am, one person is asking, Dr. Mohan is asking, uh, is th- should our lab prepare a compliance or a SOP document for each level, like maybe for technician level, something like that? I think so. You might understand
Yes,
his question.
absolutely. I mean, that is the very, I already said that this whole process has to be very minutely documented as to what all things you're going to factor in for that parameter. How are you going to look at the delta check, whether your LIS can do that? What is to be, how should the instrument flags or say the variant area for an HbA1c, how all these should be incorporated. And then you have to actually design a flow chart for every parameter and then follow it. So a lot of documentation and SOPs are required in this.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha.
Thank you, sir.
I think it has opened many new avenues with regard to automate, signatures, etc. For this automated. There is a one particular guideline called EHR, electronic health recording. I think that is also applicable to this.
Thank you, sir.
People have been working all over the world in this. Thank you very much for a
Thank you.
wonderful presentation.
May I request Dr. Thuppil to felicitate Dr. Manisha, please? May I request Mr. Sudeep to please felicitate our chairperson, please? Dr. Thuppil का speaker और chairperson दोनों का है. Madam, you also come in for a photograph. Booking? Yeah. Thank you so much. A group photo, please. Yeah. Thank you so much. After after Dr. Riju's lecture. Dr. Riju, we prepare this. You will. So may I request our next speaker, Dr. Riju Matthew, to please be on stage, and may I request Dr. Eugene D'Souza to chair the session, please.
Good afternoon. Have the privilege of introducing Dr. Riju Matthew, MSc Biochemistry, PhD Medical Biochemistry, Assistant Director, Manager, Laboratory, Quality and Risk, Associate Professor at Believers Church Medical College, Tiruvalla, Vice Dean, BAHS. He will be speaking on the interesting topic of relationship of RDW with biochemical and immunological parameters in health and disease, a systematic review. Dr. Riju is a Westguard certified quality manager and Six Sigma POI of NABH full accreditation certificate holder in law and LHA. Is an assessor as per ISO 15189/2012, auditor and trainer for the same. NABH assessor. He has 20 plus publication and attended numerous CMEs. Welcome, doctor, and look forward to your lecture. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I have been asked to take a topic that is in connection with both hematology and biochemistry immunology. So I selected this topic. I have nothing to give extra than what is already known, but I'll put some challenges so that we can think about the future. As I was been listening to all the talks until now, and the two wonderful talks that just completed also, we need to look forward. What will be the future? As we were already discussing about the artificial intelligence, scope of artificial intelligence, and the era going to come. First of all, let me thank Mindray for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to be in front of you. RDW is not a diagnostic marker, but it's a prognostic marker. Like we use ESR, we don't know why we use ESR, but every CBC will add with an ESR, but that will help as a prognostic marker. Then came the CRP, now RDW is commonly being used. In 2012, I could actually do a study in RDW. Before I place this RDW topic, let me say that science has two ways of answering questions. Like you have the knowledge that you translate into your daily work. You do your daily work, that data can be made into a knowledge. Both has to go hand in hand. Now we have this opportunity of what is called artificial intelligence handling large data. One example that we saw that in some laboratory where there are huge amount of tests, huge number of tests being done, we are not able to sit and evaluate it. I am sure that the auto verification can do. The question how far it is accurate, definitely it will be better than human at one time, not now probably. Looking at RDW, we know what RDW is. It is the variation in size. I was discussing with some of the pathologists in the morning that there can be difference because RBC lifespan is 120 days. So there will be difference in size, and that difference in size shows that something is going wrong. So this calculation of our bringing the idea of RDW like the other parameters like XYZ parameters that we see was once a new parameter. If you look at the history of RDW, it started coming in publication in 1980s. In 2010, it started picking up in PubMed. I have published an article in 2012. So the first calculation regarding RDW was initially proposed by Coulter. Still, Coulter follows the same technique of calculation of RDW. Now we know that Mindray uses a different technique by which the calculation is made. This is the article I published in 2012 that continuously get momentum of referring this article in multiple journals. We have two measurements in RDW. The common measurement that we take is the CV percent is 11.5 to 14.5%. I am not a hematologist, neither a pathologist. I just went through the content and understood this thing in detail. When I looked at RDW, all the articles that was published in PubMed until today, I found that this has multiple connection with multiple type of disease. As you know, RDW was initially used along with other parameters like MCV in order to classify anemia. That everybody knows and uses the same. But how far it is connected to biochemistry parameters and how it is connected, what are the other common biochemical and immunological parameters that can be connected. When it is macrocytic, the elevated RDW and high MCV can be connected with vitamin B12, folate, MMA, and homocysteine. And immunologically, erythropoietin can also be measured. The other tests have been mentioned there. So what problem we have currently is that biochemistry started expanding in its own way. The pathology started expanding in its own way, and microbiology started expanding in its own way. We are dividing. There is no common platform by which this can be combined together and looked. I know that some laboratories doesn't have even access to other domain laboratory tests. They have only access to their domain laboratory test. So such comparison cannot be done. Now, using the auto verification, now it's possible that you can connect, because it's a auto verification algorithm is defined by the laboratory, not it's a fixed one, so that you can go for independent verification of other tests from other domains also. So these are the anemia parameters, why it is connected and how it is connected. I'm not going to the details of that. I have placed the references of that also. I'm not going to the details. My aim is not to bring this into the forefront. I'll come back to that later. RDW has been discussed much in cardiovascular diseases also. It is considered as a prognostic marker in CVD also. Elevated RDW is seen in heart failure, ACS, and in hypertension. My article was in hypertension. The other parameters that are connected with the CVD is definitely the CRP, N-terminal NT-proBNP. Then you have the hemoglobin direct, then platelet count, lipid profile, etc. How it is connected has been mentioned in detail there. It is connected to the inflammation. Recently, I was going through the inflammation statistics across the diseases. You like gut microbiome. We are talking much about gut microbiome. Like that, inflammation is going to be a key factor in the health and the disease process. Almost all diseases are connected with the inflammation. Almost all diseases are connected with the oxidative stress that we are undergoing. I was talking to Dr. Sharma that you don't worry about things that are going wrong, because that will increase your inflammation, that indirectly cause RDW changes. Beware of that. Okay. It is increased in sepsis. It was a marker in COVID-19. It is increased in rheumatoid arthritis, and its connection is well documented with other biochemical parameters. Among them, recently we found that as an inflammatory marker, interleukin-6 has been coming up across the world, and even many of the companies like Mindray has started producing IL-6 in their equipments. Definitely RDW is a marker for cancer. Many cancer has direct relationship with RDW elevation. Breast cancer, colorectal cancer, gastric cancer, bladder cancer, then all the prostate, you list, all of them have some biochemical and immunological parameters that are connected. So I'm not going to again into the details of that. My purpose is not that, so I'm not going into the details of those individual cancers. So what we have found that why this RDW is increasing, what is the mechanism behind the RDW increase in cancer is mainly due to inflammation, deficiency of nutrients that we were talking, because nutrients are important for these anti-inflammatory activities. Then definitely the bone marrow dysfunction, hemolysis process, and the tumor burden and hypoxia. You cannot exclude any one of them from the other, because these are all together. If you know, inflammation can cause hemolysis, then nutritional deficiency can cause inflammation. Though hypoxia can, these are interrelated things that one can affect the other. So now we have the inflammatory marker IL-6. This is the picture I have taken from Mindray. That Mindray immunoassay machine has the IL-6. You see almost the association of IL-6 with almost every disease there. So RDW is important. A normal RDW talks about good health in most of the cases. But an abnormal RDW talks about there is something bad that had happened. It is not a healthy condition. In disease states, RDW can serve as a biomarker of various conditions, including CVD. What is the implication? The diagnostic utility of RDW can enhance patient assessment and management. But now we know that since that identification, the measurement of RDW is not very robust, that may not directly give a clue. So some of them have created some ratios like RDW platelet ratio. I've seen that many diseases are connected with the RDW platelet ratio. There are many studies that was published in PubMed regarding RDW platelet ratio, RPR. You can see the list of diseases there. So I just went through a study in order to see, because the two methodology between the Coulter and the Mindray is different. They are related? Because I am using both the Coulter equipment, DXH 800 and Mindray 6800. Absolute values were slightly lower in Mindray, but slightly higher in the Beckman Coulter equipments. But the correlation was perfect. The correlation was perfect. Even though the absolute values were slightly different, the correlation was perfect. I had a lot of queries on this. I went into the internet and searched. Almost last 6 months, I was trying and learning artificial intelligence in deep, so that we were thinking, what can we do for the future? When I looked at RDW, I found a particular repository called RedTel that analyzes the morphology of RBC. This is an open source repository available in the web. The data is available in GitHub. You can go to that link. And there are repositories available that can be downloaded and used for analyzing the RBC. As it was discussed in the morning today, we have only few cells as WBCs, but the number of RBCs are in millions. In order to analyze them through a microscope by a pathologist or a hematopathologist is going to be very difficult. But if it can be done by an artificial intelligence that can view each and every cell and measure its and identify the abnormality, what the world would be. And I have gone through some of the softwares who are already trying analyzing hematopathology as well as the pathology slides. I have listed them. I have two questions and challenges that has to be raised to you. As it was mentioned by Dr. Sugesh in the morning, we are laboratory clinicians. We cannot be separated as biochemists, microbiologists, and pathologists. We have to work together for the betterment of the future. As lab clinician, I also want you to create a society of your children who are techies, who can understand you and create better future of. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for the lovely lecture. Opening the house for any questions, please.
Sir, thank you. It's a very new topic and a very new parameter, not discussed much about it. So I just have a one query actually. So you have shown me that shown in the presentation that you had a study with RDW and CRP, the correlation studies.
Yes.
So I just have a doubt.
No, I
small
didn't do a
doubt.
correlation study. I did a RDW comparison between the two equipments.
Okay, and the study you actually referred to initially, that was
I have referred to almost all the systematic studies that has been already done and published in the PubMed. And
Okay.
so what are the connecting factors they studied?
Okay, fine.
That includes CRP.
Okay. So that was the only question, was that CRP is also having a multifactorial effect. RDW the same also. It rises with anemia, rises with everything. So there were so many compounding bias of that particular study, that RDW and CRP. So it's very difficult to actually
I totally agree to that.
formulate the study. That
I
was the
totally
question.
agree to that. That's why I put that challenge again. When you actually look at the scientific way, like, if you use a t-test or ANOVA or correlation, even though it doesn't have a clinical correlation, it will give a statistical significance.
Yeah.
This is a challenge.
And
This is a big
major-
challenge that we are facing. But my say on this is that since we are not aware that what could be the cutoff limit in which you can decide on that. That can be only be taken up by large data analysis that we have. I was wondering, Mindray is having so many equipments across the board. We have so many laboratories. Can we club all this data? Morning we were discussing about some abnormal cells which nobody could see in their lifetime. Can we collect this data so that the machine learning can learn this? Will we come up with some solution like that so that the future world, it will be easy for them to understand and follow? Even CRP, what is the relationship? In which condition? What are the other correlating factors or factors that can affect it?
Actually, sir, the inclusion and exclusion criteria for this kind of study is the main challenge. There are so many factors, so many patients are there. How
We are
whom to
not even
include and whom
able
to
to analyze those data available in the PubMed. Doing some Cochrane study, we are not able to do that even because we are not capable
Yeah,
enough
and
to do
why
that.
I thought you have
No, I
done
haven't
it.
done. I
So-
haven't
so
done. I
anyway.
am putting a challenge because our techie kids will be able to do this. I am dealing with some of my projects are given to freshers. That means new people who are coming out from data science and from IT, so that they can think better than me to solve the issues. That's why I told you. It may be some of our kids who doesn't want to get into the medical stream might be in IT. They are brilliant than us. So if you give a chance to them, they'll be doing better than you.
I feel using RDW for any diagnostic utility is a bit of an overreach. We have to independently verify those studies, how they performed, what are the criteria. See, regarding inflammation, yes, there's a clear correlation, inflammation, RDW, CRP. Inflammation, obviously your CRP is going to be high, plus in inflammation, anemia of chronic disorder, you're having some variation in the RBC size. But extrapolating that and saying I can use RW as a marker for cancer, I think there has to be some, I mean, take it not to what extent we are going to use that in clinical practice. I cannot be sure of that at
Sir,
the moment.
I totally agree with you. Not only you, all the community, medical community now, they don't consider it as a diagnostic marker. But my say on this is that the RDW is a measured parameter using some technology that we currently have. But we have better technology available, which we never tried. Like RTEL, I was telling, no, it is capable of understanding each and every cells in the scanned image. So it will be able to give the RDW classification in a different way and come up with some new ideas. So science can work in two ways. One is you have a knowledge, you are using it. That's what we are doing now. But you can have the data and create a new knowledge out of that we are not doing. I request the community to address that. That is my core idea in this.
Yeah,
discussion.
so it can be a predictive marker, Dr. Eugene, not a diagnostic marker.
Until now, it's not
Yeah.
a diagnostic marker.
No, sir spoke about cancer and all.
Yeah,
So there are better
hypertension.
markers which we would
No,
use for that.
it is prognostic only, not diagnostic. It's not diagnostic. It is prognostic only. Improvements can be measured by decrease in RDW.
The last comment which you said, sir, about being a more research-oriented community, a very good thought process in that. I feel we in India have to be more scientifically accrued,
Yes.
and our research has to be more thorough
Yes.
to arriving conclusions which can help the scientific community. So
Yes.
we have to improve upon that. That's my thought process in where we
I was trying to apply the same for the auto verification also. We need to, whenever the auto verification is created, it should be a central repository that is available, which will create some knowledge so that can be used for the betterment of the health in the society. Thank you.
So, like, Mindray is very instrumental in doing all these webinars and all. We'll take up this as a topic and we'll like elaboratively have a committee formed. Like Dr. Ramon in the morning said that we should work. He has shown us a slide about MCI.
Yeah, sure.
That's Mindray Continuous Improvement. And Mindray has taken up this initiative of Lab Vision 2030, in which one of the perspective is continuous education. So we under that we can take up this as an initiative and help our fraternity to come up with such parameters which are clinically utilized and
Yes.
not only parameters in the box.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Yeah. So we'll have a committee formed and we'll work on that.
It is something like reverse engineering. You have a lot of
Mm.
data, you bring wisdom out of it, and
Exactly.
that should be clinically relevant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any further questions? I think no. So may I request Dr. Eugene D'Souza to please felicitate Dr. Riju Matthew. Thank you so much, sir. May I request Dr. Susruta to felicitate our chairperson? Thanks. Thank you so much, sir. We'll have a group photograph with all the legendaries in the field. So may I request everyone to please come up on stage and we'll have a group photograph.
Dear all, I have one small announcement to make. On your table, there is one QR code photo kept. So all the photos that we are taking since the last 2 days and even tomorrow, all the photos will be available on this app called Quick. So you can just scan this app, just maybe enter your email ID, and then you'll get all the photos of, and you can segregate your photos and all the other photos. You can download it on your mobile phone, laptops. So please do scan this QR code, download the Quick app, and yeah, just enter your email ID, then you can download all the photos that we have been taking since yesterday. Thank you.
So moving on to the next lecture of the day, may I invite Dr. Vinayaga Murthy, and may I request, where is Dr. Susmita? Okay. May I request Dr. Susruta, or may I request Dr. Dhruv Mamtora to chair the session, please? He is one of the chairpersons.
So Dr. R. Vinayaga Murthy, he's a MSc and PhD in medical biochemistry and professor and head of Government Indira Gandhi Medical College and Research, Puducherry, India. And he's going to present on the diagnosis of gestational diabetes. He's a principal, allied health sciences, head of the Department of Biochemistry, in charge of the laboratory services. His areas are cell signaling, diabetes, and nutrition. And he is PhD guide, has over 23 publications in his name. So over to Dr. Vinay Gamurthy.
Thank you, sir, for your kind introduction. Good evening to everyone. I thank the organizers for this opportunity. So, the topic for me today is gestational diabetes, role on the laboratory for it diagnosis. The prevalence of gestational diabetes is 1 in 10 pregnancies worldwide, and it is the most common metabolic as well as medical complications that we see in pregnancy. When compared to American women as well as the Europe, Indians has higher prevalence rate, almost 10 to 14% is the prevalence in Indian women. This could be due to the various methods and procedures that is adopted in the laboratory diagnosis of gestational diabetes. In India, as like other metabolic disorders, the prevalence of gestational diabetes is more in urban area when compared to the rural areas. It's almost double. You can very much appreciate here the prevalence of gestational diabetes in urban area is almost double when compared to the rural areas. As per definition, what is gestational diabetes? It is a condition where there is a carbohydrate intolerance that is noticed for the first time during pregnancy. When we are noticing a consistent hyperglycemia first time during pregnancy, it is defined as gestational diabetes. What is the pathophysiology? See, normally the first trimester of the pregnancy, that is the early pregnancy, there is hypoglycemia. Surprisingly, there is hypoglycemia. The reason is there is higher concentration of circulating estrogen. We know very well that estrogen is an excellent insulin sensitizer. The estrogen increases the sensitivity of insulin, thereby it pushes more glucose into the cells. This is the one reason where we can finding low glucose level in the early pregnancy. And of course, physiologically, we can notice in the early trimester, the first trimester, there is nausea as well as vomiting. So there is low food intake, which is directly indicating low carbohydrate load. So because of these two factors, that is low food intake as well as there is more insulin sensitivity, that is the reason where we are encountering a low glucose level or euglycemic situation in the first trimester of the pregnancy. But when the pregnancy advances, the pregnant woman gets an additional endocrine organ, which is not present in the other population, that is the placenta. Okay, so most of the placental hormones are acting against the insulin. You can appreciate here, most of the placental hormones which develops the second trimester of the pregnancy, they act as a against insulin. They are all diabetogenic. So the insulin activity is less. So we are getting a hyperglycemia. So this is very much important when the screening as well as the diagnosis of GDMs plays in. The first trimester, either euglycemia or low glycemia. As the pregnancy advances, in the second trimester and the third trimester, there is insulin resistance, so there is a hyperglycemia. So when we screen or diagnose GDM during the first trimester, we will miss out the GDM cases. So this is the reason GDM should be screened during the second trimester, that is between 24th to 28th week of the pregnancy, because where there is insulin resistant as well as hyperglycemia sets in. This is one of the important point where we, the lab people, should take. But in general, why there is insulin resistance in the second trimester? This is a normal physiological mechanism. See, pregnancy itself is a normal physiological mechanism. Why in the first trimester there is a hypoglycemia? Why as the pregnancy advances there is hyperglycemia? This is for the fetal advantage. This is for the fetal advantage. We know very well the entry of glucose from the maternal cells, from the maternal blood to the fetus is insulin independent. Insulin is not required for the pushing of glucose from the maternal blood to the fetal circulation because it is an insulin independent, concentration dependent facilitated transport. This is what the mechanism. As the blood glucose in the mother increases, based on the concentration, the glucose enters to the fetus. So this is the normal physiological mechanisms why the placental hormones are anti-insulinic. So as this is an important so that which is required for the fetal growth. So there is a balance between the insulin sensitivity and insulin resistance in the mother during the pregnancy. Most of the pregnant women, there is a balance. So there is a transient hyperglycemia. But when the GDM develops, when there is a consistent hyperinsulinemia and insulin resistance, so there is a GDM comes in. So that is the reason some of the women, they have a continuous and persistent hyperglycemia. We call them as a gestational diabetes, which is noticed only during the pregnancy. Most of the pregnant women, they return back to the euglycemic day after pregnancy, after the delivery. Only 2 to 5% they do become a diabetic mother, diabetic woman. What is the importance of this? Why we have to concentrate on gestational diabetes? Because hyperglycemia during pregnancy affects both maternal as well as the fetal well-being. In fetus, you can appreciate it can lead to abortion, preterm delivery, big babies, malformations. In mothers, you can see preeclampsia, chronic diabetic complication, or the acute complications including DKA and infections. So early diagnosis of GDM is very much essential to prevent all these complications. So how to diagnose? So now GDM is very much important. It sends in as the pregnancy advances. GDM affects both the fetus as well as the mother. So early diagnosis and intervention is very much essential. How we are going to screen as well as diagnose gestational diabetes. Whom we have to screen? Whom we have to screen for gestational diabetes? American Diabetic Association, they say obese women, that is those who are obese, as per their guidelines, BMI more than 25, with any one of these risk factors should be screened for GDM. This is called selective screening. They are selecting the pregnant population with these guidelines, with obesity or BMI more than 25, with any of these risk factors should be subjected for the screening as well as the diagnosis of GDM. But what about others? We, the Asian Indians, that is Asian women, which are having more prevalence when compared to the Western population. So what we have the guidelines, that is DIPSI guidelines, Government of India says, as well as the WHO, there is guidelines that all pregnant women should be subjected for gestational diabetes screening. So whom to screen? In India, all the pregnant women invariably with any risk factor, whether they are obese or lean, whether they are first degree relatives, previous pregnancy is normal, invariably all the pregnant women should be subjected for screening as well as diagnosis of GDM during their pregnancy. Yes, how we are going to diagnose gestational diabetes, how we are diagnosing diabetes in the general population, either by estimating plasma glucose level or by estimating the glycated hemoglobin level, depending upon the availability and affordability. If the patient can afford and it is available in the laboratory, we can go very well with the gold standard HbA1c estimation, or otherwise we can go with the plasma glucose estimation. Whereas in case of GDM, for the gestational diabetes, what is universally accepted is that oral glucose tolerance test. As of now, HbA1c is not recommended for the diagnosis of gestational diabetes. What is recommended is oral glucose tolerance test is the recommended test for the screening as well as diagnosis of gestational diabetes. What is OGTT? How we are performing it? So oral glucose tolerance test, it is the test to determine a person's over glucose load or over carbohydrate load, how much he can tolerate. It is then indicated for gestational diabetes. How we are performing OGTT? It requires a overnight fasting, minimum 8 to 12 hours. There are some recommendations where even 14 hours is also recommended. But as a biochemist, when you have a prolonged fasting, when your fasting is prolonged, there is gluconeogenesis. Your fat and amino acids are converting into glucose. So extended fasting may increase your blood glucose level 10 to 20 milligram. So it is always ideal to do a GTT with 8 to 12 hours fasting, not as an extended fasting. So fasting is preferred. Once fasting venous blood glucose is taken, you can give either 75 gram or 100 gram of glucose orally, which is dissolved in 300 ml of drinking water. And this glucose solution should be taken within 10 minutes. It should not be prolonged more than 10 minutes. So after the glucose intake, the blood glucose is taken. If you are going for 75 gram oral glucose tolerance test, you can take 2 samples, each with 1 hour interval, that is 0 hour fasting, first hour and second hour. If you are going for a traditional extended OGTT, that is with 100 gram of glucose, fasting 0 hour, first hour, second hour, third hour, blood glucose can be taken. But during this interval, there are certain guidelines, especially in the vomiting, because pregnancy, we can easily see there is many conditions where we are seeing pregnancy is one of the complications, especially in the first trimester. So if the pregnant woman vomits after taking the glucose solution, what to do? If the vomiting take place within 10 minutes of the glucose intake, the test should be discontinued. Invariably, whatever it is, the test should not be continued further. It should be repeated the next day or in the subsequent days, depending upon the comfort of the patient as well as the laboratory. If she vomits after 30 minutes, since it is a glucose solution, there is no digestion is required, only absorption takes place. If the vomiting takes place after 30 minutes of glucose intake, you can go ahead with the test. This is one important thing as a lab people we should take. Vomiting within 30 minutes, discontinue the test, repeat next day. Vomiting after 30 minutes, you can continue the test. You can take the blood samples according to the guidelines for 1 hour, second hour, or third hour. During the 2 hours period, there should not be vigorous exercise, including climbing the step, because what we see in our lab hospital, it is a big hospital, government setup, where there are 5 floors. The pregnant woman will come, take the glucose solution. She want to visit her sister or brother, whoever is admitted. So she wanted to climb. That should be avoided. Okay, no climbing the staircase, not going to the nearby market, and they should not sleep. They should, the lot of guidelines is given by the ADA as well as the WHO during these 2 hour intervals, what they should do. One is vomiting, we have to monitor. In general, physically and mentally, they should be stress free. A pregnant woman, if she wants, she can lie down, but she should not sleep. Working with the computer as well as book reading is permitted. Okay, these are the general guidelines what we follow when we are performing oral glucose tolerance test in general population. But when we come to the gestational diabetes, when we come to the gestational diabetes, there the discrepancies come. There is no consensus among WHO, ADA, as well as even the NICE recommendation what is given by Australian guidelines. And we do have our own DIPSI guidelines. There is no consensus among the laboratories in when we are doing the gestational diabetes screening. This difference comes mainly in the fasting, whether fasting is really required or not. Second, how much glucose I should give to the pregnant woman, whether I should give 50 gram, whether I should give 75 gram, whether I should give 100 gram. The second difference. Third, what is the time interval when I'm going to collect the blood sample? 0 hour, first hour, second hour, or third hour. So there is no consensus in the fasting state, glucose load, interval of the collection, and there is a difference in the cutoff values, referral values also. So we will see the three important criteria that has been generally followed. The first one, what is the approach that is recommended by the ADA? ADA, what they are following is called as a selective screening. It is not a universal screening since they are at low risk. That is what it means. Since American people have low risk for GDM, they are going for a selective screening. This is called two-step approach. This is called two-step approach. All pregnant women invariably of their calorie intake, whether they are fasting or they have taken the food, 50 gram of glucose is given. This is called glucose challenge test. 50 gram of glucose is given. After giving 50 gram of glucose, after 1 hour, a blood sample is taken. If 1 hour value is beyond 140 milligram per deciliter, they are labeled as a high risk group. This is if the GCT with 50 gram of glucose comes to be more than 140 milligram of glucose, they are labeled as high risk group. They are subjected to 3 hours traditional GTT, 3 hours traditional GTT next day. So they have to come to the next day or during their next visit where they are given. They are coming to the lab with fasting. Fasting blood sample is taken. Then 100 gram glucose is given. After taking the 100 gram glucose, first hour, second hour, third hour blood glucose is taken. So totally we are collecting around 5 blood samples. Totally we are collecting 5 blood samples. So these are the drawbacks of what American Diabetic Association says. The American Diabetic Association, the number of visits also more, because first time they have to come for GCT, that is 50 gram glucose. Once GCT is positive, they have to come for next day or the subsequent visit. And that time 4 blood samples are taken. Totally it comes to 5 pricks. That is why most of the pregnant women are reluctant to undergo ADA guided gestational diabetes screening. So to overcome all these things, WHO has given recommendations for universal screening. So here there is no screening, directly diagnosis, but here fasting is required. All the pregnant women should come with fasting, collect fasting blood sample, give 75 gram of glucose. After that, you take 2 hours blood sample. So 0 hour, 2 hour blood samples, only 2 pricks here. If the 0 hour is more than 126 and above, or 2 hours blood glucose level 140 and above, they are labeled as gestational diabetes. It is comparatively simple, reliable, and more people can be involved. Cost-wise, it is very effective because only one visit. The problem here is, again, the pregnant woman should visit the lab with fasting state. So taking all these things into consideration, diabetes in pregnancy study group, they have come to a simple, straightforward approach for the diagnosis of diabetes in India, who are known to be a high risk group where there is a high prevalence in India. It is very simple. Fasting is not required. invariably at any time, whenever the pregnant woman come to the clinic for the first time, whether she is fasting or she has taken food, she can be subjected to a 75-gram glucose tolerance test. 75-gram glucose tolerance test. It is very straightforward and simple test. This is the algorithm that is given. The pregnant woman visits the hospital. The same day, she is subjected to 75-gram OGTT, irrespective of the food intake. Fasting is not required. After taking 75-gram glucose, you do a 2 hours blood glucose testing. So here only one prick. Give the glucose 75-gram, test the blood glucose after 2 hours. After 2 hours, blood glucose shows 140 and above. She is known as a gestational diabetes. The first trimester, if the test comes to be the negative, that is what the third slide we have seen. When during the first trimester or during the early pregnancy, there is more insulin sensitivity. During the early time of the visit, if the test is to be negative, it should be repeated during the second trimester, that is between 24th and 28th week. The same test, fasting is not required. Give 75-gram of glucose, do the blood glucose testing after 2 hours. Here, again, if she turns to be positive here, treat her as a GDA mother, treat according to the institutional protocol. During the second trimester, if the test is turned to be negative, she can be considered as a normal ANC. So it is a very straightforward, simple, cost-effective, patient-friendly, laboratory-friendly also. Only one visit, only one prick. So this is what that is followed in India, which is recommended by Government of India also. This is called as DIPSI criteria, a 75-gram glucose load test. If the test is done at the first trimester, if the test is negative, the pregnant woman should be subjected for rescreening or retesting during the second trimester between 24th and 28th week. And this recommendation is also states that even after the delivery, a GDA mother should be screened for diabetes with same 75-gram OGTT. So the job of the laboratory is not ended only after the pregnancy. The test should be continued even after delivery to check whether she is becoming a chronic diabetic individual or not. So there are three criteria. One is American Diabetic Association screening, where they are doing a two-step approach, GCT as well as traditional GTT, which is modified by WHO with only one visit, but fasting is required. Whereas Government of India is made very simple, a straightforward scientific approach. Lot of studies have been conducted with this. It is very much reliable to the Indian population. Yes, what about HbA1c? Because HbA1c, we consider it as a gold standard marker for diabetes mellitus. Why HbA1c cannot be used for the diagnosis of gestational diabetes? The reason is very simple. Especially in India and other developing countries, what we are noticing, as the pregnancy advances, there is anemia. Since we express the glycated hemoglobin as a percentage of total hemoglobin level, definitely there is a tendency, what we are reporting as a low HbA1c. Hence, HbA1c as on now is not recommended for the diagnosis of gestational diabetes. The other practical reason, clinicians cite why HbA1c is not preferred, because monitoring is again difficult. Practically, it is not possible because the testing of HbA1c is valid only after every third month. Today, you are doing HbA1c when you can repeat HbA1c only after third month. If that is the case, you can do HbA1c only 3 times during the tenure of the pregnancy. First trimester 1, second trimester 1, third trimester 1. So you cannot see the prognosis. Whereas if it is if you are going for a GTT can be repeated even after every 4th week. Even some clinicians, they are repeating OGTT even after 3rd week. So here follow-up is easy, which cannot be done in case of HbA1c. So as of now, HbA1c is not recommended for the diagnosis of gestational. Yes, fine. What happened during COVID? Because during COVID, pregnant women are categorized as a high risk individual. So they could not visit the laboratories. What was happened? There is a lot of studies conducted in the Western population. All these studies came up with this report. Fasting blood glucose level. Again, we are going back to the plasma glucose. Yes, back to square one. All these reports, what they are saying, fasting blood glucose assessment is adequate for ruling out gestational diabetes with underlying with women at low risk. But in India, as well as the developing country, how we will assess the low risk? Whereas in Western population, they have very good electronic records of their own patient because pregnancy itself well planned there. So the clinician knows whether his or her patient is low risk or high risk. So it is easy to monitor because they have a very good tracking record, whether she is obese or whether what is her insulin sensitivity status, whether she is first degree relative or whether what about the previous pregnancy history. So they have a proper record. With that, only with fasting blood glucose level, they can manage their patient, which cannot be applicable at this particular stage to the India as well as the other developing and underdeveloping country. The take-home messages. So as of now, we do not have a global consensus regarding the screening as well as the diagnosis of gestational diabetes. What DIPSI criteria says, it is a straightforward 75-gram glucose tolerance test, which can be done at the first visit. The first trimester, if it is negative, it should be repeated during the second trimester. And after delivery, both the baby as well as the mother should be screened for diabetes. The mother should be screened after 6 weeks with the same 75-gram OGTT. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? Okay, no question.
No questions?
Sir, thank you very much. That is a very informative sessions. I would like to ask one question. Simply, I will add on. You have written over that the second gestational age, like in
4 to
28 weeks.
Yes.
But in actually in gestational age start from 14 week to second gestational age will start from 14 to something. So that it is ideal for only you will do the test on 24 to 28 weeks.
Yes, sir. It is what is recommended
Okay.
is it should be done between the 24th to 28th weeks.
28 weeks.
Yes, that is almost the mid time of the second trimester.
Mid time of the
Yes.
second trimester.
Where actually the gestational diabetes develops.
Correct. Because usually laboratory, the technician or staff usually know the second trimester will start from 14 weeks. That's why I'm asking the question.
What is recommended is
That
between
will be-
24th to 28th week. The mid time, that is 26th week, is the most reliable one.
Reliable. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Excellent one. I liked it. I had been interacting with you since yesterday. I just want to know one thing. I'm not from a medical profession, but just for my sake of interest, I'm asking this. I understand that A1C, why it is not important because it would take, about 3 months kind of glucose molecule to get interacted with the N-terminal of beta chains. But why can't, fructosamine be the parameter in this case to evaluate? Because fructosamine can give you within a week's time, the glucose level study.
Sir, as of now, even fructosamine is not validated as a diagnostic test even for the general population. Even for the general population, fructosamine is not yet validated. And another important thing, fructosamine has been notified as a marker for oxidative stress. There are many factors which can increase the fructosamine level, which is independent of glucose alone. And another important thing, fructosamine is nothing but the glucose binding with albumin. As we know, in pregnancy, the albumin levels are fluctuating. So again, estimating a fructosamine level is a question, and of course, we have to work on it. When it comes to HbA1c, there are many groups are working as of now. Whether somehow we can normalize HbA1c level as a screening as well as the diagnostic markers for gestational diabetes. Many reports are coming out with this to normalize how it is working, because when your hemoglobin level, if it is coming, since we are expressing it in terms of total hemoglobin level, why can't we consider this as a marker? That is what the debate which is going on. Even we are also working on glycated hemoglobin, whether it can be correlated with the OGTT as a diagnostic marker. Hopefully, when we get more literature on this, more works are done. In near future, HbA1c may be used as a marker when we are normalizing with the total hemoglobin level.
Thank you.
Even here in the DIPSI setup, what we are noticing, what DIPSI says, categorically fasting is not required. Even now, some of the clinicians are interested in fasting blood glucose value. So they want fasting blood glucose as well as they want a 75 gram glucose value. Why? Because it is always a tricky one when it is coming to fasting as well as the postprandial. Fasting blood glucose, what it indicates, it is an indicative of insulin sensitivity. That means how effectively your end organs are responding to the circulatory insulin. That is what the indication of the fasting blood glucose. What is your postprandial blood glucose or the glucose load blood glucose is the function of the pancreas. We call it as glucose stimulated insulin secretion. How your pancreas is responding to the load of glucose, that is what we are testing when we are doing a glucose load test or a postprandial test. Most of the clinicians, even in our hospital setup, they want both fasting as well as the postprandial or the glucose load setup, because they want to individualize the treatment, whether you want to give insulin sensitizer or you want to give a secretagogue or you want to give both. So when you want to personalize the treatment with the oral hypoglycemic drugs, it is always ideal to have both fasting as well as a glucose loaded test glucose value.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Dhruv Mamtora, may I request you to please hand over the memento to our respected speaker? May I request Mr. Sudeep Mukherjee to please hand over the memento to our respected chairperson? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. May I request Dr. Suchitra Sahu, our next speaker for the day, to please come on stage, and the session will be chaired by Dr. Manisha Patwardhan.
Hello. So good afternoon, everyone. The next session is by Dr. Suchitra Sahu, and I have been lucky enough to interact with her quite a bit since yesterday. So Dr. Suchitra Sahu is the Lab Director and Head Department of Lab Medicine, Jayaprakash Hospital and Research Center, Senior Consultant, Jayaprakash Hospital and Research Center. She's also in charge of the blood bank. She's a former senior consultant and head department of lab medicine, CWS Hospital, Rourkela, and former head department of blood bank, CWS Hospitals. So since yesterday, she has been discussing the challenges that she faces in a relatively small place in Orissa. And so we can look forward to hearing about it more from her.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. A very good afternoon to all of you. Of course, we are running late now. At the outset, I would like to thank Mindray India and the team, its whole team, for organizing this educative conference and bringing so many doctors who are expert in their field under one roof. I have modified my, I'm audible? I have modified my topic a little bit. I'll be discussing and focusing on the Indian context. Now, we all know laboratory medicine plays a very crucial role in the treatment, in the diagnosis, and in the monitoring of the diseases. And for this, the key factor is harmonization of the tests and implementing standard procedures and standardizing the equipments along with the procedures which are implemented of the workflow in the lab. But it's fraught with large number of challenges. Apart from the technical challenges and apart from the regulatory challenges, there is a major challenge, that is the geographical challenge. We know that its importance is it improves the patient care. There is cost efficiency because when there is harmonization, the patient don't have to go for repeat tests. Because whenever there is an error and repeat test, the onus lies on the patient. It goes from their pocket. And if we go for quality assurance, then uniform practices that enables easier implementation of the quality control measures across the laboratories. So what is the issue with the geographical part? Let me focus. Up till now in 2023, it's a data from NABL, in 2023, in India, 2022 medical laboratories are accredited. And if we zoom a little bit and focus on Odisha, only 21 labs are accredited. It's not that hardly 30 or 40 labs are not there in Odisha. Now I am again zooming a little bit more, concentrating on the western part of the Odisha. In western part of Odisha itself, there are around more than 40 labs, which is including your labs are private labs, the labs in the private hospitals, government hospitals, in your academic institutions, medical colleges. So more than 40 labs are there. Our lab got accreditation in 2021. And you'll be surprised to know, in Western Odisha, our lab was the first and it's still the only lab which is accredited. I'm talking about the whole of Western Odisha. So what are the challenges? What's pulling everybody? And they're not going for the accreditation or because if you are going for accreditation, that means you are going to implement the standard practice and you're going to implement the harmonization part. So what's pulling them? The key challenge is your resource limitations, infrastructure issues, and the training gaps. Now, there's lack of advanced equipment. Many labs, they still struggle with the basic quality measures. There is unreliable power supply, and there's inadequate storage facilities. Most of the labs in these setups, they still follow the traditional methods, the manual or the semi-automated methods. And what happens? These methods, they are less precise and they are more prone to human errors. In the automated systems also, some labs do have automated systems, but they are using different calibration standards. So it's not that all the labs are not on the same level. We are not having the same level field. infrastructure. Now, just if we move from the, like we are a tier B city, it's very easy said and easily done in tier 1 city. But in case of tier B city, or when we just move from urban to suburban area, so there the facilities are different. You can still cannot just think about that there is a power shortage still now in some areas. So what happens? The equipment performance that deteriorates. The quality of the sample integrity that also deteriorates. So that is the main hurdle and challenge which the labs face. Internet connectivity. Now in 2023, you must have been thinking internet is available, but still there are areas where they face the challenge. Continuous internet facility is still not available. Many are still following the manual method, that is, they're writing the reports manually. They cannot go for a software LIS system. When there is a problem in internet facility, you cannot go for a LIS system. They cannot afford that. So there's issue in those labs. In such type of cities and such type of areas, there is issue in these labs. The workforce, they are the backbone of our lab. There's a training gap. Inconsistent training programs are there. So what happens? We don't get skilled lab technicians. Whoever they are skilled, they go to other cities. They need more of growth. So what we are left behind with? The low skilled and the unskilled lab technicians. Now here I will be sharing my experience. In 2019, I started associated with this new hospital, JP Hospital, and they started the lab there. The technicians, like still now, the technicians with whom I had to interview, they were totally they were trained in such type of institute where they had never seen a semi-automated machine. That is the scenario of that area. And I have to hire these technicians because I cannot get some other technicians from outside. Because the good technicians, they will go out. They won't come back inside the tier B city. They will go to some tier A city or 1 city. So I have to train these persons. They have to work with me with this type of institute. So these trained staff, we don't get. There's lack of these ongoing training sessions also. Like we have these CMEs and all for doctors, but for the technicians, there is no such training sessions. They even have never heard the word of NABL. They have never heard of harmonization. They have never heard the term standardization. They have never heard all these terms. It's like zero for them. So you have to deal with such type of technicians and in these areas. So this is a major challenge for many of the areas of India. Now, they were phlebotomists. Now, when I asked these phlebotomists, how many samples you have collected, they replied only one. That is, during the training session, they collected the sample of their friend. That is what they were training for 2 years. So you have to train these technicians when you hire them. Documentation errors. Most of the labs, they do not document the errors. There is no improvisation of these errors. And still it continues with such type of labs. Quality control. Most of the labs, they do not practice the internal quality control. They do not participate in a ICAS. Like the area from where I come, most of the labs, they have never heard the term ICAS or ILPT or IQC. So when I have to send a sample of one patient, like I have got some error in a sample and I want to check the sample with some other lab, whom to rely. I cannot send the sample to any lab nearby me. I have to send the sample outside. The nearest place is Bhubaneswar, or it's Calcutta, or it's Mumbai or Delhi. Bhubaneswar means it's a one-night journey. So I have to wait for the sample result for 2 years, 2 days, 2 days or 3 days. Will the clinician or the physician wait for the report? No. But I cannot rely on any lab because they are not accredited. It is not standardized lab. So these are the issues we face there. And these are the issues most of the labs there face. Yes, one more thing. The reagent. About the reagent, there what happens, the labs, they use substandard reagents. You can say the substandard reagents. They perform the test. And what they charge? Minimal amount. So what happens? Most of the public people, they are more concerned about their pocket. It's fine. They have to be. Like in my experience at, when I started, the charge for CBC was 350 by me. It was like management and myself decided it should be at 350. The next day, one of the physician called me up complaining, "Hare, you kept the price of a CBC at 350. The patient is complaining that outside it is at 150. And I'm losing the patient." Now, if I lose the patient, one thing is clinician is blaming me, the management is again blaming me. Whom to answer? Because outside, very less amount, they are able to perform those tests. Public won't understand what is quality. They won't understand that. Now the biggest part, accreditation. What is the hurdle there? My experience. We went for the reassessment some 3 months back in the month of June. Actually, it was scheduled in the month of April. But what was the issue? The place where I stay, the nearest from where the assessors can come is from Calcutta, Ranchi, and Bhubaneswar. One more thing. In Odisha, there are no pathologists who are assessors. The pathologists are not, means all the pathologists, assessors, they are either from Calcutta or Ranchi. So none of the assessors agreed to come to our place for assessment. And it took 2 months to just arrange some assessors to come and reassess our lab. And it got delayed. Shortage of assessors are there. So this was a great hurdle for us. So these were the challenges which we as the Tier B city and all the other labs in that city face. And that's what pulls them back. It's difficult to pump more finances for this. The management never agrees it because ultimately there is ROI. They have to calculate. It's difficult to answer them, convince them, then go for quality. But with challenges, there are solutions. The solutions which can be met in 3 sets. Like we can achieve this with 3 goals. It should be a short-term goal. There should be some medium and the long-term goal. If you want it to be placed in a global stage, the labs of India should be in a global stage. Short-term, there should be more of all the national guidelines that should be according to the India. So it will be equal. All the reference values and everything will be equal for them. Second is that there should be mandatory accreditation process. If we make it mandatory and make it little bit easy for the labs, then they will go for accreditation. And they have to go for accreditation. So it will be level field. Second, there should be some more of regional centers should be set up so that the training should be better for the technicians. Doctors are well trained, but whatever the technicians, because they are the backbone of us. So they have to be more well trained. As I said, the accreditation should be mandatory. Then it will be easy to play. Second is, there should be some incentives. Now, why I say incentive? Now, you all know about Ayushman Bharat. Likewise, in Odisha, there is a BSKY. Of course, now because the government changed, the name has changed. These are the cards which are given to the patients. In Ayushman Bharat, very less patients, means very low number of patients are included. Okay, But BSKY, more than 90% of the patients have this card. More than 90%. So every hospital have to apply for this BSKY, or else it is not feasible to run the hospital. So what was the incentive for them? The hospitals, those who had NABH entry-level accreditation, they were getting more than, means around 20% more package than who are not having NABH. And those who are fully accredited of NABH, 30% package. So it is okay with the hospitals. They can cater to large number of patients. There is a good amount because they are putting money for quality. So they're agreed and it's easy for them. But what about lab? The package includes the bed charges, the lab, the fooding, the medicines. So why will the hospital think about lab? Is there any incentive? Because they're also putting some money for accreditation. They're putting for some money for standardizing the lab to maintain the quality. So if there is some incentives from the government side for the lab people, then there is chances that more of the labs will be motivated and interested to go for this standardization process. Then there should be harmonized reporting formats so that the errors can be reduced and the result can be perfect. The last part is education. There should be a development of nationally recognized training programs for the lab professionals. Along with that, some online modules should be introduced. Now, modules which must be customized according to the technicians. We cannot place all the technicians, including your senior technicians and junior technicians, in one classroom. So it should be customized. Senior getting advanced training, juniors getting the basic training. So they should be motivated and encouraged to go into training, either online or going some CMEs. Some mode of CME should be organized for these technicians in these places. Now, this is my histopathology lab, histopathology department in the lab medicine. We frequently have such type of trainings. Me and my colleagues, we frequently organize this training. One more problem in those places are like, in my area, 90% of the technicians cannot understand English. More than 50% do not understand Hindi. So we have to give the training in their local language, that is Odia. Just imagine giving training regarding harmonization, regarding needle stick injury, regarding biosafety cabinets, regarding biomedical waste, regarding standardization, regarding everything, explaining the clauses to them in local language Odia. But if we don't do this, I cannot continue with this, with the accreditation process. So like we started, I joined 2019 till 2021. It was aggressive mode of training because we have to motivate them to change themselves, to get accustomed to the new type of knowledge, new type of work environment. And still we continue with this process because there are new technicians which are coming up who are joining and they have to repeatedly get the training. This is our nursing staff who is giving a training regarding this hand washing during the COVID time. Yes. Ours is a hospital. We all know there are 3 phases and most of the errors is there in the pre-analytical phase. The samples we get from the IPD, which are collected by the nursing staff. Again, errors from the IPD patients, IPD samples. We used many hit and trial method. And then we came up with this sheet, which was created by us, in fact, because I have to deal with these people. I wanted to reduce the errors in my lab. Here what happened, these are the station name of the nursing staff, nursing station areas. Maximum mark was 20, the minimum was 0 mark. This sheet was filled up by me or my staff. So if they send any erroneous samples or there is error from their side, we mark them. Whoever gets the maximum mark, we give them the reward, like sweets, chocolates, or something to that department of the nursing. And those who have minimum mark or there is some problem in them, we give a bedside training. We started such type of training now to the nursing also. Of course, now it has become easier because my senior staffs are able to go there and give a bedside training. It's not that we fill up the class and bring all the nurses together. We saw that this didn't work out. Actually, we had tried that also, but it didn't work out because most of the nurses, they are busy with the patients. They don't attend the class. Ultimately, we found the solution that we have to go to the bedside and teach them. That was the only way possible. So, of course, this has reduced the errors now, and it really worked for us. So my take-home message is that if we want to bring all the labs in the global stage and under one heading, there has to be a multicentric approach, a collaborative approach, and it has to be taken up by the stakeholders, the government, the physicians, the public, and the social workers. Because, of course, while giving the training, since last 4 to 5 years, our hospital has been organizing small camps and awareness program for the public to make them understand what is the importance of quality. Because they are skeptical, they are paying, so they are skeptical. Why should we go to JP and why not some other lab? So we organize such type of awareness program for them so they can understand the importance of quality and implement the changes step by step, because small wins will build momentum towards full harmonization across India. This is my young, energetic, and motivated lab technician staff along with my microbiology colleague. And this is actually on the occasion of the National Pathology Day, which we celebrated in our lab, so that these people, my staffs, will be motivated and they can understand and they will be more educated. Of course, there are 2 clinicians also who gave the talk on that and shared their views on this. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Any questions from the audience? Anyone? Yes. So thank you. Yeah, there is.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is not a question. I would like to appreciate the doctor to pull out that challenges what we have in that our society. So we are appreciating behalf of our team. And then nowadays we are facing this kind of challenges. In the previous days, Dr. Tupil Venkatesh sir started that career. That time that harmonization is not there. They are having that more efforts and to the harmonization and introducing the standards and all. As of now, he is working for that, given the training through his organization for FQI. I get that opportunities to travel with him. He given that responsibilities to run the regional level office. We have that office in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, the name of the FQI Tamil Nadu chapter. In the team, Dr. Parthiban is there. He is translating that ISO 151 2012 and 2022 itself in Tamil.
Okay.
So every month we have conducted the classes with the team. Almost 200 people we have trained. The classes will be in the Tamil only, the regional language only.
Okay.
So everyone take the initiative like the training, na? So problem will be solved.
Solved, yes.
That is a suggestion.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Sahu, for highlighting these problems. I must say that I have always practiced in Mumbai, Pune, and so these are eye openers for people like us who we do have the privileges of good power supply and good support from the IVD people and many, many of those privileges. And I'm glad that you're hopeful that the way forward will be good. And I think you are especially lucky today because, like he said, Dr. Thuppil Venkatesh has been here and he has listened to your problems. I think Dr. Sen is here. So there are teaching medical colleges and FQI, etc., which will take a step forward to help and ease out this situation. And especially laudable are your efforts at the bedside training and these things. So best of luck to you for your future.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to mention, Dr. Suchitra, that on this front, Mindray has been active on a lab standardization program, wherein we work with the labs in the tier 2 and tier 3. Tier 3, we haven't yet started. Tier 2, we have started, and approximately over 20 labs we have done this lab standardization program. And whenever there are small labs, we introduce that basic lab composite, NABL 155. We like urge them to like go for that program. So at least participate in that program, and also make them aware of how the processes are in the lab, actual standardized processes in the lab. And we help them with the standardization of everything like SOPs, the areas, we mark the areas, and we do this lab standardization program for them. So Mindray has started this initiative, and as I told you, we have a lab vision 2030. Yes. Till, yeah, so we will like educate, we will move this lab, what to say, fraternity ahead. We want to take lab to that global, our Indian labs to that global mark. So thank you for
very much.
mentioning all this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's what I wanted. That is, there should be a collaborative approach because it's not easy or it's not possible for one single person to do everything.
Absolutely.
So that's why I wanted to put this here.
Yeah, it's
So,
collective.
like there is also this. I needed the support from everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, may I request Dr. Manisha Patwardhan to please felicitate Dr. Suchitra? May I request the legendary Dr. Thuppil Venkatesh to, you are the next. You are the next. So, may I request Dr. Thuppil Venkatesh to please come on stage, yeah, for your talk. And may I request Dr. Arif to chair the session.
Sir, you would like to wear a collar mic?
Although you are a well-known person, but
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Uh, I think delete this. Don't delete me, delete the slide. Okay. I can walk around and talk,
Yes, yes.
right?
On, sir. On PM. Check. So just check on. It's on, right? On. On. On.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, very good, sir.
Thanks to my previous speaker for very emotional, disturbed speech. Our generation is responsible for it. Let it go. Okay. Friends, how many of you are representing here the accredited lab? Raise your hands. Are you sure your lab is accredited? Think it over. Is your laboratory never gets accredited? It's only methodology in for that scope is accredited. Remember this. Why we are going in for accreditation? And Madam wanted to make it mandatory. If I make you a health minister, you will make accreditation mandatory. And there are only 6 accreditation bodies in India. We are all talking about NABL. I am one of the founders right from day one. I am there with them. I am with NABHS, one of the founders also. I tell you one thing. If accreditation is made mandatory, your lab will be the first lab to get suspended. All the exams in your laboratory are not accredited. Am I right? No, maybe 50-60% of the examination. That word test is not there. Please don't use that word test. Entire standard, international standard. The word test is not there. It's examination. You people in the laboratory examine the patient sample and release the report. Reliable, sensitive, specific, acceptable, repeatable, reproducible, dependable result you release. To whom? User. Who is the user? Clinician. And what does clinician do? Testing. Patient testing. Testing is the responsibility of the clinician. Examination of the patient sample is the responsibility of you people, laboratory people. Now, I don't know why we still use pre-analytical, analytical, post. We don't do any analysis. We only examine. Pre-examination, examination, post-exam. In the standard, it's pre-exam, exam, and post-exam. These 2 corrections I wanted to make. Then, coming to number of laboratories, in Orissa, I am an advisor to Orissa. That's why I wanted Foundation for Quality India, Orissa. Somebody like you should take it up. To help everybody, including technologists. Coming to Orissa, you told me how many laboratories are there? 2,000 plus laboratories you mentioned. No, the accredited, so-called accredited testing laboratory, examining laboratories in India, as per one accreditation body, is around 2,050 or something like that. But do you know how many laboratories are there in India? Let us think as an Indian, how many laboratories are there? Do you have any idea? You will be shocked to know 3,75,000 laboratories. If all the 3,75,000 laboratories has to get all the examination accredited, like 2,000 rupees are banned one overnight, you know what will happen? The whole system will collapse. You can prepare food for 5 people at home. Suddenly, if I ask you to prepare for 50,000 people, where will you go? Then how to get this accreditation of examination methods? There are only 3 drivers. Driver 1, mere competition. In your area, if there are 20 labs, if 19 labs get all their methods accredited, then 20th lab cannot survive. They also has to go. The first driver is competition. One day, I took my mother when she was 94 years to the laboratory to get her blood sugar done. She said, why are you taking? I said, I want to get your blood sugar done. She said, I'm not diabetic nor hypertensive. I said, Mama, once in a while I should get it checked. Oh, because that laboratory people, you know, they do it free. That's why you are taking me. I took her to the laboratory. The technologist came with a syringe and a needle to draw her blood. One question she asked, what are you doing? He said, Amma, I am drawing your blood. Why are you drawing your blood? Second question. Ladies will keep on asking question only at any age. The technician said, we want to do blood sugar. Is your blood sugar accredited? He said, no. Then in that case, I don't want this lab. She went on. That is public demand. If public demands, it will happen. How many of us have created public awareness that are you going in for a quality, doing right thing at right time for the right purpose? Have we done? We are within 4 walls between centrifuges and refrigerators, but we need to get out of the lab. Third driver, almost all of us pay out of pocket. Some of us, insurance agencies will cover. And insurance agencies will put a condition. If your examination is carried out by a laboratory which is accredited for that method, we will reimburse. That is the third driver. There are 3 drivers one has to follow. Where is it given? All these are given in the standard. Standard never uses the word accreditation anywhere. There is no usage of word accreditation in this standard. 15189. How many of you know the meaning of this 15189? Manisha will tell you. 15 is for medical group. Whether it's 15190, 15194, 15189, these are all medical standards by, what is that ISO? One of you tell me. What is that ISO? What is the meaning of ISO? Why everybody is silent? We are all using ISO standards, you know. What is that ISO? It is not International Standard Organization. Remember, it's not an acronym. It is international. ISO means similar. 2 labs following the same method for which accreditation is granted give similar result. Isosceles triangle, isomorphism, isotope. ISO means similar. In India, if 2,000 plus laboratories have accreditation for some of their examination, results of all these exams, whether you get it done here or there, you should get similar result. That is the meaning of that. This standard was developed by the group of technologists, not pathologists or biochemists. It was developed by technicians, technologists. Remember, they are the backbone, real backbone. Some of you used this word, backbone. Canadian technologists with few people from Europe and US developed this standard only in 2003. Till that time, all the medical laboratories were considered as a testing laboratory, analyzing laboratory. We're using pre-analytical, analytical, post-analytical terminology. Then the standard was different. 17025. 17 is for testing and calibration. 0 is for generic. 25 is a guide. Guide 25 was the first guide which was developed by the committee called IEC, International Electrotechnical Commission, which was born in the year 1906, whereas ISO was born in 1946, 1 year before I was born. Therefore, you know my date of birth, year of birth. I tell you, this particular 15189 was released after after almost, how many? It was released in the month of December 2003. But the gestation started right from December 1993. Means 10 years gestation. What a healthy baby, this 15189. This particular standard has undergone 4 times revision. Once in 2007, where certain verbal forms were introduced, like may, shall, can, and should. And then in 2012, after 5 years, where client became customer. Clients are only for court, for case purpose. It was called customer. And after that, 10 years it took. In 2022, this standard was released. What is the difference between 2012 and 2022 is what I am going to tell you. Please remember, if you have 3,75,000 laboratories in India, when are we going to get all these laboratories to comply with the required standards for better patient care? It's a patient-centered standard. The word patient care, patient safety, patient needs, patient requirements appear in more than 62 times. The first clause here is about impartiality, and then confidentiality, and then comes patient safety, patient needs, patient comfort. This was not there in 2012 version. Therefore, I will quickly tell you why this standard, why this change, what is next. All of you, whether you are industry, whether you are from accreditation body, regulatory body, statutory body, whether you are from small, medium or large laboratory, whether you are doing manual method or automated method, please remember, accreditation can be granted to any method, manual method or automated method. WHO says, even a laboratory doing sputum test in a remote village where electricity may not be required, even that method can be accredited. Everybody can be included. Only thing we have to create an awareness. Is it meant only for pathology, histopathology, cytopathology, chemical pathology? Is it meant for only biochemistry, clinical biochemistry, microbiology, serology, immunology, molecular genetics? No. This standard can be used for imaging, blood bank, transfusion medicine, medical physics. You read that introduction of this book, this standard, you will find that this standard is not limited to routinely recognized laboratories. This we have to be very clear. And the word test is not used anywhere except in one place for POCT testing. That is also getting changed in next version. It will be point of care monitoring, not no longer point of care testing. It will be point of care monitoring. And also the throughout the standard, we in this edition, we come across the word risk. Risk is yet to happen. It has not happened. It's a proactive. It is yet to happen. Correct. The preventive measure is completely deleted. What is risk? Yet to happen to the patient. In 2012 version, only at 5 places the word risk appeared. But in 2022 version, it has appeared in 87 places. See the importance of this. Therefore, I will quickly take you through what is new. You see, what is accreditation after all? We talk about accreditation. What is it? Do you have structural requirements in your lab? Do you have a process requirement in your lab? Is there an outcome? Reliable? Dependable? Acceptable? What are the resources? Structural requirement is called resources. There are only 8 resources. 5 starts with M, manpower. Woman power is more powerful. I'm using M because of manpower. Must be competent. Qualification, training, and experience. And then management. They have to give you money, They have to procure materials, That's another big resource, biggest resource. Material must be of high quality. Not urine collected 1 week ago and coming today, and you can't accept it. That should be a quality, doing right thing, right purpose. And the mechanism, you're all sitting here, is your laboratory shut down? Somebody is working. You have an alternate. How many are over? Manpower or human resources, management, material, mechanism, and methodology. That methodology, whether to procure one staff to the lab or procuring one equipment to the lab or getting one examination method should be validated. All the method, whatever somebody gives you, they should validate. What is that you give to the clinician? Result. Therefore, what is that you should do? You should validate. That's what standard says. Validation is a responsibility of the manufacturer, service provider. But when you get validated methods and equipment, what you should do? Verify. Therefore, any method must be validated, verified. Then comes, after 5M, 2E. Oh, one more is there, manpower, material, method, management, and mechanism. Okay. Then comes 2E, starting with environmental condition. should be controlled, monitored, sustained, recorded, and then equipment must be calibrated with unbroken chain of calibration to National Physical Laboratory, which is called NMI. This is the requirement as per the standard. It is not talking about accreditation, it's talking about, if you see the title of the standard, medical laboratory requirements for only two things, quality and competence. Quality of all the resources, including humans, and competence of people who are using these resources. When I come to your laboratory as an assessor, I will only look at two things. How did you get this? How did you select this? Is this validated? Have you verified? Then, are you competent? Who evaluated your competence? There's our laboratory director sitting here. Who evaluated the competence of laboratory director? Feedback from clinician, feedback from patients will validate or will evaluate competence of the topmost person in the laboratory. This process of maintaining quality and competence is not expensive. There is no money needed. What is needed? Awareness. Therefore, this standard is made so simple that you don't need much money. Foundation for Quality India has been conducting, Manisha must have conducted more than 500 classes. I think tomorrow you are taking one more session, I think. I tell you, if there are technologies who cannot afford to pay any money, they are treated free. The only organization which has trained more than 32,000 people across the country and more than 8,000 people outside the borders of country is Foundation for Quality India. Thanks to, where is our Elangovan? He was mentioning about, thank you, dear. Now, if you look at medical laboratory requirements for quality and competence, see here, it is aligned with the mother document. It is not an independent document. It is aligned with mother document 17025, in which Manisha was trained. Isn't it? First training Tiwari gave is in, then you got it transferred to 15189. There is earlier there was a standard 22870 for point of care testing. No laboratory had purchased this nor used it, but they applied, they got accreditation for their point of care testing. Then this International Organization for Standardization realized, oh, nobody is concerned about POCT standard 22870. Then they said, let us bury this. In 2021, it was buried. Then what happened? Whatever content was there was merged with this 1518, 15189. This is one change. The other change is there's a lot of emphasis on risk management. The reason in US, for wrong report, several laboratories were shut down. They were asked to pay compensation, which they could not pay. They sold everything and they had to pay compensation. Therefore, risk has to be managed. We cannot face the risk after it happens. Before it happens, we can manage it. That's another, risk management is another important thing. Therefore, there is an alignment between 17025 and 15189. This alignment is very important. I'm going to Mongolia for an assessment of a laboratory in the month of October. That laboratory has prepared a quality manual, but they have prepared as per the requirement of 17025. They don't know about 15189. Then accreditation body called International Accreditation Services. I should tell you, there are 85 accreditation bodies in the world. All are independent of the government. They're all private, including NABL is private. It's not government. NABH is private, not government. But it's all under Quality Council of India, which is also an independent body established by private sector. I was the principal advisor to Quality Council of India. And how many certification bodies are there? 185 certification bodies are there in the world. How many accreditation bodies? 85. These 85 accreditation bodies across the world are all reporting to only 6 regional bodies. That means, like your laboratory test examination method is accredited, accreditation body also is accredited by another standard 17011. That is the standard for accreditation body. For you, it is 3 years, 2 days assessment. For accreditation body, it's 5 days assessment. Then these regional bodies together, they have formed a body, international body, ILAC, International Laboratory Accreditation Cooperation. Now, you, as per this standard, when you get your method, examination method accredited, you can release it on a report, examination report, where you can put your institution logo, your accreditation body symbol, if it is accredited by NABL, enable symbol, and you can put ILAC logo. Please remember, don't forget, NABL is known only to people in India, whereas ILAC is known all over the world. Everybody will recognize. Then you become global. That means mutually recognized. Agreement is there between you and any other laboratory. This is very nicely highlighted in this. Therefore, don't forget, you have gold in you, diamond in you. Please look at it. That is ILAC. Use that ILAC logo for all those examinations for which you have accreditation. Now, I will not go through everything. I will not read. 2022 version or 2012 version, when you compare the standard, international standard, prepared by Casco committee, where I am a member, it's like old wine in a new bottle. Whatever is there in 2022 was there in 2012. What has changed? Container has changed. Instead of drinking coffee in a porcelain cup, same coffee you are drinking in some other cup. Coffee is same, but containers are different. Container here is the standard version, but content is rearranged, reorganized because of uniformity, harmonization across the globe. It is not harmonization of examination between two labs. It is the harmonization of the standard across the globe so that everybody will say primary or secondary material means everybody knows that whole blood drawn from the anatomical tissue is primary. When they are segregated, separated, becomes secondary. This is how terminologies are also there. 32 terminologies, terms and definition in the standard. Okay. There's a committee called Casco committee. What is that Casco committee? What is the name of your laboratory? You have a separate name. Jharkhand laboratory, Ranchi laboratory, and AV laboratory and AG laboratory. They are different names, but all the laboratories are doing only one kind of work. What do? They conform after the assessment. They assess the sample, conform the result. Therefore, you belong to conformity assessment body, CAB, not that Ola, Uber, cab. All the laboratories are CAB, conformity assessment body. But this conformity assessment body, when they're using the standard 15189, that is prepared by a committee called Casco committee. What is that Casco committee? Conformity assessment committee. Where is this committee? It is part of ISO, International Organization for Standardization. The International Organization for Standardization, I tell you, now we have announced, we want people like you from this country to be a member there. You don't know. Please go to ISO website and send your biodata. Who knows, you may become a member. And they will pay you $1,000 per day, plus your airfare for meetings, 5-star, 7-star hotel. Enjoy that. I'm an old man. It's enough for me. You youngsters should go and be representative in this Casco committee. There are 3 committees in ISO. One committee is called Casco committee. I'll tell you a little bit about Casco committee. This is the Casco committee. It has most important group called Technical Working Group. How many standards are there in ISO? 23,000 standards. One of them is the standard you are using. It is ISO 15189 2022. There are more than 23,000 standards. You don't worry about all that. Some of them, we need about 62 standards to understand this 15189. Now, this Casco committee has 1, 2, 3, 4 groups. Most important group is called working group. The working group for medical is called Technical Committee 212, where I am a member now. Technical Committee 212, what it does, it has representatives from developing country, developed country, from Bureau of Indian Standards, from accreditation bodies. In India, there are 3 major accreditation bodies. NABL is a brand like Colgate toothpaste. Then QAI, Quality Accreditation Institute, which was taken, it has taken birth about 3 years ago, very fast developing. And third one, there's another accreditation body in Mumbai. And these are the 3 accreditation bodies. Like earlier, we had only one coconut shop selling coconut, but today we have number of coconut shops. Earlier, we had to buy whether it's rotten or not from that shop only, but today you have a chance. Suppose you are studying in one medical college. Your parents get shifted to some other city. You can transfer yourself from one medical college to another medical college. Similarly, if you are accredited by one accreditation body, if you are not happy, you can shift it to another accreditation body. Whatever the assessment report is there from one accreditation body is respected, accepted by another accreditation body. And today, I have 2 vegetable shops. In one shop, carrot, half a kg, 80 rupees. In the other shop, 1 kg, 60 rupees. Accreditation bodies are like that. Their charges are different. In fact, one laboratory, after the assessment, very sincerely informed the accreditation body, sir, we have shifted our equipment from room number 2 to room number 5 on the 2nd floor. Then they said, pay 60,000 rupees for us to come and verify. Then they called me, sir, they are asking 65. First of all, why did you do the foolish work of informing the accreditation body? No, sir, they say any change, we should inform them. Look, use logic. When you shift one equipment from one room to another room, you need not report to anybody, but you must get it recalibrated so that your results are acceptable. Oh, that nobody told us. Sir, we thought next year when assessors come, they will say, why you have shifted the equipment? I said, which assessor will come? The assessors who came this time did not know. They don't remember where you have kept this equipment. Next year, new assessors will come. How the hell they will know? There are small foolish things we do because of lack of awareness, I tell you. Now, this technical committee will get inputs from that red part, from forum industry. Mindray can provide. I tell you, I request Mindray to be part of this, the pink colored group. You can provide inputs to accreditation body. I can help you. Now, that one, all the inputs from strategic alliance and regulatory group will come to working group. Working group will revise, design, develop, release. They don't release. They submit it to chairman policy and coordination group. This group will accept or reject. It will go back or come again after it is completely accepted. It goes to liaisons with other groups and finally it is released. Casco committee is a very powerful committee. This committee realizes why should we repeat. I tell you 3 reasons why standards undergo revision. One is technology changes fast. Today we are talking about automation. Today Manisha has talked about automation in such great detail. Tomorrow we are going to talk about the artificial intelligence. We are talking about machine learning. We are going to see still thousands of laboratories will still working without electricity. Remember, eye meter tests are still going on. They take the samples, oh, blood sugar 120, eye meter test. Some of the point of care testing which has come is without electricity. And in Japan already they have inserted a chip inside the skin and the circulating analytes come in contact and it sends signal to the external device like what's your cell phone, and that records and a message goes to the clinician or a pharmacy to change the treatment or the whatever it is. This is called laboratories becoming miniaturized and it will be inserted in the body when the in a patient. Like we have insulin pumps, we have I know all these things are making the standard to undergo change. Information technology is another thing. Technology in the examination is another thing. That's why this is revised from time to time. Now, coming to main changes is risk-based thinking is applied in this new standard. Reduction in prescriptive requirement. We said it is a prescription standard. Prescription like doctor's prescription. But you develop a manual called quality manual, which is descriptive. Earlier, every assessor used to show me your quality manual. Now, no assessor can ask for quality manual. Quality manual is not mandatory. Quality manual you can need not have. It's not a requirement. There's a greater flexibility than previous edition. For example, we had a test request form, stupid terminology. We are not doing testing. Why called test request form? It should be examination request form. We were using sample collection area. Look, your receptionist will collect samples from the courier fellow. Is that the sample collection? It is sample extraction. Change your sample collection room title into sample extraction room. You don't use the term, what is called test request form, the examination request form. The contents of the examination request form was very meticulously checked by assessors earlier. There is no need. Somebody can write on the back of the bus ticket, fasting blood glucose to this patient, you have to accept it. If you want more information, talk to them and get it. Is your responsibility. Training the nurses is your responsibility. You can't say we have nothing to do with them. This is what new standard is saying. This new standard, greater flexibility from the previous standard. There's a definition of a laboratory in this earlier standard. Now there was no term laboratory. Nobody defined. What is laboratory? It's a place where there is a quality resources handled by competent people to generate or validate some examination results. That is now added into this. And of course, these are all the verbal forms used in your standard. You know, how many times the word shall appears? Shall is mandatory requirement. Provided you are decided to use that standard. Use of standard is not mandatory. You may go in for accreditation. You may use the standard. If you are not accredited, nobody can hang you. No government can seal your laboratory. Accreditation is not mandatory. It's voluntary. Who should make it mandatory? Public. Educate public. Let them demand. Automatically you will go in for, isn't it? Now, shall is mandatory. If there is a word shall in the standard, it's a mandatory requirement when you are following the standard. If you are not following the standard, nobody bothers about that. Should is a recommendation. It's only a recommendation. Many places it says you should use third-party human matrix compatible controls when you are using internal quality control. I tell you, I was in the committee. There was an industry in that committee, Casco committee. They were the only people who were supplying quality control with human matrix compatibility. And they said, laboratory shall use human matrix, third-party commercial controls. Then somebody said, are you promoting your business in this? Then they said, replace shall by should. It's left to them. If laboratory is not using third-party human matrix compatible, no NC can be raised. And you may do this. May is with permission. You may come home late, but with permission. Mother tells the daughter. And finally, can. You can, you have RT-PCR now, you don't have COVID, but you can use that for other infectious materials. Can is possibility, capability. You can climb Mount Everest. You are capable, possible for you. These are the terms, the new in this standard, very nicely described. And of course, in parent mother document, there's only under general requirement 4.1 and 4.2, but in 1518 and one more thing is it is 4.3, which was not there earlier. It is a patient's safety, patient right, patient needs, beautifully explained. And you should probe into more and more information from the patient, from their attendants, from their treating clinicians, so that you can change the method, give better. Therefore, this standard is beautifully designed to get very relevant information for better service. That is the quality service. And of course, the structural and governance requirement is 5, resource requirement is 6, process requirement is 7, management system requirement. It is not quality management system. Management system requirement is 8. Earlier in 2012, there were 15 clauses under management requirement, 10 clauses under technical requirement, total 25 clauses. Any assessor going through all the 25 clauses was not happy unless he raised or she raised under each class. Total minimum were 25 NC. Then management said, you find a better place. You are not fit to work in our laboratory. That fear was there amongst laboratory people on the days of assessment. This was realized by the International Organization for Standardization. They reduced it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clauses. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Therefore, even if there is 1 NC under each class, there will be only 5 NCs. This is the beauty of this standard. And of course, whom to approach for accreditation? Don't say NABL. There are, you say accreditation body, which is accredited as per 17011. Search for a good accreditation body which is cheaper, economical. You can't be spending money. It's not your money, it's patient's money. Please remember, if you are attending this course, having a nice hotel, good dress, travel, don't thank your parents or God or your management. Don't thank even Mindray. You thank that unknown patient who is on the wheelchair. Thank that child which got admitted and parents paid 50,000 rupees advance and next day child died and that money is paid to you. It is the unknown patient who is supporting you. That unknown patient should not be taxed. For that, find out it is a quality material, quality accreditation body which is affordable. That's very important. And of course, there are particular requirements of medical laboratories, whether NABL, QAI, and many other accreditation. But you can select anyone. You can go to IIS, International Accreditation Services. You can go in for that. Friends, comparison between this document and there's another certification document called 9001 and 2015. It is a certification standard, talks only about the management system requirement. Yeah, all ISO standards are designed as per the requirement of this standard. If your laboratory is already ISO 9001, 2015 certified, assessors will not look at class 8, remember. That means assessors will only look at technical requirements. And uniqueness, this document contains requirements for the medical laboratory to plan and implement action to address risk and opportunities. And rest of it I will not go through. I have put it on the, I have given it to Mindray. You can distribute this PowerPoint to everybody. It will be their property. What I would like to tell you, there are 5 new things added in this standard. 5 things which were already there are removed. Remember, 5 new things are added, 5 things are removed, making it simple. At the same time, this standard is made very friendly and anybody can understand. And when you read the standard, read in between lines and decode the standard, which we do in our course. I tell you, you are most welcome. I would like to associate with Mindray for conducting this training for 4 days for technicians without fees. Only medical doctors can pay because technicians, they don't get sufficient money. And at the same time, technicians are not given leave also. Online they can attend. Most of your problems are addressed here. And together we shall make it affordable and dependable and acceptable by everybody. Okay? Because you had given me only 20 minutes time. I would like to keep time for questions. And I would like you people to represent in that International Standard Casco Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh, for a wonderful presentation. Any question from the audience?
Any questions, please?
There are a few online questions. Can you check?
Yeah, what is this?
The audience is adequately mesmerized. We have no questions. Thank you so much.
No. I'm a useless presenter if there are no questions. Okay, if you have something to ask? You don't look back. I ask you. You want to ask something? What is the role of industry in the process of accreditation? How many industries have undergone awareness program in ISO 15189?
I have a question for you, sir.
Yeah, please.
My question is regarding auto approval. Is there anything mentioned regarding in the new standard about auto approval of the reports?
Yes. It gives detailed information on validation first and verification of auto approval based on software. Number 2, who is trained in this? Number 3, 5 people are trained, but who is authorized by the laboratory to review that auto approved thing? All these things are given systematically in the standard. It comes under process requirement.
Is QAI now recognized by the government institutions like CGI?
QAI?
Yeah.
Of course, because some of the National Institute of National Importance have already gone to QAI because it's, see, NABL, what has happened? There are about 900 applicants. There are about 10-15 accreditation officers. Unfortunately, it's very difficult for them to cope up with them. And they, as you rightly said, getting assessor pathologists to Orissa, some parts of Orissa, is very difficult. But what QAI has done, if your laboratory is assessed by QAI, if you are accredited for some methods, you will become an automatically assessor for QAI, if from area. Therefore, B class, C class cities now have assessors. And they don't send assessors from Calcutta to Chennai, Chennai to Delhi. The assessors are locally, therefore, travel cost, travel time, accommodation is also reduced. And QAI charges are much less. Now, QAI is going to make this assessment cycle 3 years, whereas NABL is 2 years. So that once you get accredited for a test method, it will be valid for 3 years.
Because NABL has become a bit restrictive.
What happened? Government people think accreditation means NABL. They don't understand.
That's my problem.
That is the problem. But if you write to QI, you get a letter which is given by the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Industries and Commerce, that there is no difference between these two organizations because both of them are accredited as per 17011 by APAC. They're full members of APAC.
Now there are three, in fact. One from Mumbai also has been included. But the common perception is that accreditation in India means NABL. So for your profession,
it will take time.
You said, need.
Have I changed my Colgate toothpaste? And so many other brands are available. We are used to that. But it takes time.
One of the drivers for accreditation is business also. Private laboratories are opting for accreditation because a lot of, as you said, insurance companies, government agencies will only send us samples if we are accredited. And when it means accreditation, they mean NABL.
Please go to nabl.org, qai.org, compare. Same, identical. This is what I was discussing with, today morning I had a meeting with the Government of Karnataka Health Secretary. That's why I came late. I requested you to change my flight. 4,000 laboratories belonging to Government of Karnataka are going to QAI because they're saving more than 80% of their expenses. Okay. Anything else? Are you happy? No response. Late in the evening, sitting and listening to an old man is not an easy joke. If you are able to sit and listen to me, you will be able to do anything else on this earth. Thank you very much.
May I request Dr. Arif to
See that.
May I request Dr. Arif to please felicitate Dr. Thuppal? So that is chairperson. अरे डॉक्टर ध्रुव का है वेट अ मिनट May I request Dr. Deepak Sadhwani to felicitate the chairperson, please? Chairperson का है? Thank you very much, sir. So we move on to the last session. So we move on to the last session of the day. May I invite Dr. Dhruv Mamtora, our last speaker for the day. And may I request Dr. Vinayaka Murthy to chair the session, please.
So this is the pointer. Next slide. Back.
Okay. Unfinished.
Good evening to everyone. I welcome Dr. Dhruv for his presentation. He is the head of Laboratory Services, Quality and Accreditation Coordinator, and he has a very vast experience in the laboratory medicine, with lot of citation index and publications. He will be talking on laboratory diagnosis of congenital and prenatal infections. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Anyway, this thing will be more like a clinical discussion, not like a theory class. So this is our hospital, a heritage building, 1926 established structure. The lab is in the last wing of this. So these are the congenital and perinatal infections. Now, when we think about congenital and perinatal infection, so any infection, we have to understand the epidemiology, that is the agent, host, and environment. So mainly we'll be discussing about the TORCH group of infections, the syphilis. Sometimes even parvovirus B19 can come as a congenital infection. Even HIV, HBV, HCV, as we all know, bloodborne viruses can come. Perinatal infections are the ones which occur in the first 28 days after the birth. And the presentation before 3 days is unusual. So the examples are enterovirus and HSV. Both can cause meningoencephalitis like features as well. So this is where we have to understand. And even though we have a lot of diagnostic advancements, the query still remains, So there are challenging cases which I will be discussing. So we all know there are multiple ways of transmission. Um Timing is, it depends on which trimester they are acquired. So like the earlier, the merrier, if it is first trimester, then the birth defects and all will be majority, but the later one, there will be no major defect, but there will be infection present in the newborn. So that way we have to understand this diseases. So basically, when we count this infection, we don't have to count fetal infection as well as maternal infection. Both will go hand in hand. So that is what we have to understand. So these are the commonest presentation which you will see with the congenital infections. The commonest are like it can be hepatosplenomegaly, jaundice, fetal growth retardation, and microcephaly. So these are the commonest one. And specific for the each one, I've listed it over there. Um, so the diagnostic workup, we have the serology, where we have IgG, IgM plus now avidity testing is very crucial. Then PCR-based test we have available. Neonate, we have to do the full screening of the newborn with the routine workup plus the advanced workup. Both we have to do because uh, it will depend on the mother's infection status as well. For the perinatal infection, the diagnosis you can use by the culture, or you can do biofire panels as well. Nowadays, those are available. Because mostly the presentation will be like a sepsis or like a meningoencephalitis. So the toxoplasmosis is one which we see is a protozoan parasite. And cat is an intermediate host which we have. The diagnosis, you can see the parasite in this specimen. You can isolate it through the incubation. However, the most effective way is a serology, which we have been using since ages. So serology also will depend on what type of method you are using. You can use ELISA-based method, you can use CLIA-based method, you can use different types of method, immunoblot method and all those. So, but be very specific, whatever you are using for the one startup, they continue with the same method, then don't change the method in between. Like if you are CMIA method you are using as a primary diagnosis, then follow up you do with the same method. Don't change the method because otherwise your interpretation will also change. That is very important. So, um, and toxoplasma is a little trickier one because the IgM can stay up to 18 months. So then, like even the baby is like growing up and all, but your IgM will show very persistent positivity. So that time your IgG will help you, to let you know whether it is a acute infection or the, acute on chronic infection. I think this is, okay, this will be good. Then the pregnant lady, when you are going to do, then the avidity tests are to be used um, because, and the low avidity test results should not be interpreted as indicating recent infection because some shows persistent low avidity, so um, that is where your mother's screening is very important, when you do this avidity test. So this is how you interpret your results, if it is negative, negative equivocal, negative positive, even if both are positive, it's a possible recent infection within the last 12 months, and it can be at times false positive as well. So what is the another alternative you have is a PCR based assay. For newborn, you have IgM and IgA based assays, which is very specific. Then you can do the IgG antibody levels, especially when you have a HIV mediated transmission from the mother. So, the WHO has clearly given the specificity and sensitivity data of all the commercially available kits. You can go and refer the website and decide, but you can use one of the method and continue to use the same method, don't change. So here we have a case of 5-month-old child which present with the microcephaly. He had a PDA and at the 2 month of age and on medication, and there was a respiratory distress and he was hospitalized. There was a mother who is a 28-year-old primi gravida with a fever in 3rd and 5th month of pregnancy. USG was normal. It was a LSCS. Baby cried immediately at the birth. Postnatal history was of the breast milk and the top feed. Child was developmentally normal, immunized completely with insignificant family history. So head to toe, there was a microcephaly, large ears with umbilical hernia. Liver was palpable 9 centimeters. Spleen was 2 centimeters below. Cardiovascular, there was no murmur. Um, Respiratory was normal. CNS was normal. This was the status of your serology and the PCR. So CMV IgM was positive. CMV IgG was positive, and even after 8 weeks, it was showing persistent positivity. The viral load was showing 57 copies in the urine, and after 8 weeks, it was undetectable. Van Gan cyclover was started in March, and it was stopped after 6 weeks. So this is for the viremia, like ophthalmology was normal, hearing was normal, there was a microcephaly, PDA was ligated, there was a tiny choroid plexus cyst which was seen on USG, there was an umbilical hernia, MRI and EEG were normal. So this was an acquired CME viremia in a child with microcephaly and ligated PDA. So on follow-up, the child growth was normal. There was no sign of viremia. That's why the Van Gan cyclover was stopped after the 6. Now, this is another history of a 23-year-old female with a 3rd-degree consanguineous marriage. She had some history of fever, which was resolved by antipyretics. There was no exposure to cat or maternal illness. Um, Now the serial antenatal scans, on the third trimester, there was a bilateral symmetrical moderate hydrocephalus with small to date fetus with microcephaly with polymicrogyra, and calcification was seen. There was small basal ganglia and thalami, and there was a thin corpus callosum and the brainstem. Now, if you see the further evaluation, toxo IgG was positive at the 8 month of gestation as well as 9 month of gestation. HSV2 was equivocal on 8 month, but 9 month it was strong positive. CMV IgG were positive on both the occasion. Rubella IgG was also positive in this child. The birth and natal history for the child is full-term vaginal delivery. NICU stay required for 7 days. The birth weight was 2.4 kilo. There was a structural overlapping microcephaly was seen. Retrognathia, bulbous nose. Bilateral testis was descended. There were multiple episodes of seizures on day 8 of life. So if you see the mother and the children's examination, you saw that toxo IgG was even present in the baby. CMV IgG was also present in the baby, and even rubella IgG was in the present in the baby. We did the PCR because it was like very confusing picture. So PCR, everything was not detected. Even we did the breast milk CMV PCR, urine PCR of the baby, as well as saliva, because the tongue swab PCR also we did. It was also negative. So evaluation was like this child EEG was normal, and we did the whole exome sequencing also to rule out any syndromic genetic abnormality in the child, but that was also normal. So this was a neuroimaging studies of the child, and this was like a CL, it is not a CMV. So what it could be, so that was our query, but it was not a CMV. That is the thing, in spite of all this investigation, sometimes you may have such cases where it's difficult, you can't diagnose it. And since the this whole exome was also negative, we couldn't think of any other genetic abnormalities as well. So another possibilities could be possibility of Zika virus, but Zika virus was never tested in this child. So that could be one another thing which we have to think, when we have such complicated cases we see. There's a 10-year-old male child with complaint of fever, cough, cold, and diarrhea of 2 week duration. He was admitted in some outside hospital, and he had like hemolytic uremic syndrome like illness. Then he was started on hemodialysis with Plex steroids, pulse therapy, antihypertensives, and rituximab. And once he was referred to our hospital with 1 month of treatment outside. So we did the CMV IgM for this child because of the persistent thrombocytopenia, and it came positive. So these are the things, So when you see this CMV viral load, day 1 of the testing, it was log value 4.6, and you can very well correlate with other findings which we could see. So he was started on ganciclovir, and you can see the persistently the value is coming down, except at 6 week again it is showing. So generally viruses show this waxing and waning features whenever they are on antiviral treatment. So the outcome was patient got discharged after being treated for HUS as well as CMV viremia, and patient got off dialysis and ganciclovir and following up with the OPD. So this is what you have to remember, the algorithm for the diagnosis of the CMV. Even, cord blood PCR has a diagnostic value only in 5 to 10% of the CMV cases. So, and viral load is variable. So generally we count viral load of more than log 3 with the symptoms present is like you have to be correlating with the clinical findings, and 50 to 70% of the time it's a mother's breast milk, which is the transmission of the CMV is happening, and 90 to 98% of the cases it's amniotic fluid through which the transmission happens. So in neonates, it's going to be really very tough situation. And we have seen a lot of CMV infected neonates. Generally in India, we don't have so much CMV awareness, but this is our problem. And many times it may be transfusion associated also, because not all centers are doing leukodepletion, not all centers are doing gamma radiation of the blood and blood products in our country. So this is another thing. So urine PCR can be one important diagnostic tool where it can be present till up to 18 months of age and reduces up to 75% till 2 years of age. Blood PCR is very highly sensitive and it shows viral load into 3.9 to 1.4, and more than 3 log value you can get. So it's difficult to, but symptomatic versus asymptomatic, it is difficult to understand. It has 100% negative predictive value. Fetal IgM is not recommended because of the low sensitivity, and there's a risk with chordosynthesis. More than 10⁵ copies per ml of amniotic fluid discriminate fetuses that will have symptoms. So after 2 to 3 weeks of life, virological and serological test cannot distinguish pre or perinatal acquired CMV infection, and then it can be only assessed based on your clinical history, because that is what you have. So these are some of the recommendations for CMV. I'm not going through. You can read those. But these are published in the Lancet in this 2024 guidelines for the CMV. So we have another case, which was a congenital syphilis, because that is very rare to see, but we have seen such cases as well. So this is the diagnostic algorithm when the RPR test is positive in the mother. So here we got one case, which was a 2-month-old full-term female born by elective NSCS, second of birth order, with restricted movement of hands and upper extremities, with fever of last 20 days. There was no unremarkable neonatal course, no history of trauma. The mother had an uneventful pregnancy with negative EDRL test, and ELISA for HIV was negative. Her examination was non-contributory, but this was a swelling, pseudo paralysis secondary to septic arthritis, scurvy of congenital syphilis was suspected in the child. And the laboratory test actually came out, this child came out to be VDRL positive with 1 in 128 titer, which is a significant titer, because more than 1 in 8 we considered as significant. Mother also, the titer was positive when the father was positive, though the pregnancy titer of mother was negative, and CSF VDRL of the baby came positive. The TPHA test was also positive in the baby, which showed very high dilution. Even same was with the mother and the father, and this was the condition of the bone. You can see that there was a metaphyseal erosion of the distal ends of the ulna and tibia, along with the periosteal reaction. So this was managed with the IV crystalline penicillin, and after the repeat titers, after 3 months, showed 4-fold decrease, and radiograph shows substantial improvement. That is how we could clear. So like for other diseases, there are guidelines available. NACO guidelines for the neonatal diagnosis we have established in our country. So those are very effective for prevention of HIV transmission in the newborn. Then, so these are the group of, basically to summarize, these are the group of disorders. We may have a similar presentation of the birth. Maternal history becomes very important, and laboratory investigations are required for both mother and child, because it's a integrated disease. Presenting complaints are the clue to the diagnosis, and do the right test, because if you'll try to do everything, it will be confusing, like that case of the CMV. And sometimes, in spite of all the diagnosis, the mystery will remain, so you will never know. So like then the newer emerging infections will come into picture, like Zika virus and all those things. And follow-up becomes a very crucial part and very important for the patient. So This is our team. We did the congenital and perinatal infection CME recently in our hospital. So that is why I got inspired to have, because there's very less awareness. It's a very specialized, branch where we have to learn a lot of things every day we are learning. So I thought I'll share it in this forum. Okay. Maybe.
Now the topic is open for discussion. Any question? Sir, you have talked about the serological and molecular markers.
Yeah.
Do you have any biochemical markers to rule out?
No, biochemical markers, you see, generally the presentation is like, it will depend on the presentation. If you will have meningoencephalitis picture, then first you will do the CSF routine analysis. You will do the total count of the CSF. You will do the CSF routine microscopy. It will all depend on what is the primary presentation in the child, because ours is a very advanced tertiary care referral center,
That is what.
so
Any screening, like any indications in liver function test, because most of the viral load we used to see there is an altered in the, at least the AST, ALT level will
No,
be
no,
elevated.
see, we can't see. We need confirmatory. We are a center where we need a confirmatory test. We have all the tests available in our hospital. So, but the patient don't come for the ancillary test. They come for the definitive, because we get referral throughout the state or even at the national level, because our ID is a very specialized, because we have a state recognized HIV TB care. We are the only site for the state of Maharashtra for the DRTB for the children. So we get very specialized type of, and even we have a congenital and perinatal infection center, which is very unique center. So there we have, like, all these cases we have discussed over the last 6 to 8 months, since we have started that specialized
Then
OPD.
how do you narrow down your investigations? Because you run all the panels?
No, we don't run.
You
It will all depend on
symptomatic,
it will all depend on what symptoms are present, and it all depends on the mother's history also and the children's history also, okay? Because mother's history play a very crucial role. So if you know the mother's history properly, thoroughly, and based on that you can narrow down that what you are suspecting, and based on what the children are presenting with. Because many times sonography also will tell you, the imaging studies will tell you what type of anomalies are seen, because we do regular, every trimester we have an anomaly scan scheduled for the ANC patient. So that also will tell you something. It will give you some clues, okay? And then there are supportive tests which you will do to confirm the finding, because every thing you cannot do the invasive tests like the chordosynthesis or amniocentesis, you will not do. But definitely when there's a strong like microcephaly is there, like in that child, it was born and then it was detected. But because many times they go to some other center, there it is missed and all, and then once the baby is delivered with all these anomalies, and then they are referred to our center. So then once they come here, then we have to thoroughly evaluate, because we don't know whether they missed something over there or not. That's why we do the thorough investigation once they reach, because there are many genetic diseases are there additionally, in not only just infection, because here we are in this forum we are discussing only about infection, but there are others, like inborn error of metabolism is there, inborn error of immunity are also there, which may present with the infection like pictures. So that is also another whole spectrum, like opening the Pandora's box kind of thing. There also, like your CBC, your count will tell you, if the counts are persistently low in the child, and the child is having serious continuous infections are happening, okay? And then the mother is not HIV positive, okay? The child is not HIV positive, but still there are persistent infections. So it will tell you that there is some kind of inborn error of immunity is there, but that you will come to know when there's an integrated center. Like ours is an integrated center, so all facilities, super specialities are at one go, so like one thing they will there, so it will be the whole team gets involved in the management of that child, that's why the things get picked up very fast. Maybe some autoimmune diseases are also there, which will be coming in the baby, and then so we have a rheumatology team which gets involved along with the hematology team and oncology team. It depends. It's a huge teamwork of all the, and lab gets involved because lab is a like backbone of all the things. Whoever they suspect something, then it will be referred to the lab. That is how will be there.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, absence of any question, we can close the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Dr. Vinayaka Murthy to please hand over the memento to Dr. Dhruv Mamtora.
Okay, we are
I think
about to close. Yes, ma'am.
the session today, and we meet tomorrow at about 9 o'clock in the morning. Today's din
Yeah, in the ground floor. Dinner is in the ground floor restaurant. Huh?
the dinner is served in the restaurant down
Ground
from 7 to 11. You can just tell your ground floor. Yeah. So you can just inform them your room number and go for dinner.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Okay, before we close, we are just about to close, but we also just wanted to inform you about a wonderful initiative Mindray has, globally kicked off. So it's called Lab Vision 2030. And we wanted to, just give you a glimpse in this SFCC event. So basically, under this initiative, Mindray calls on the laboratory experts and industry associations to collaborate with us in shaping smarter future for better patient care. And we want to leverage tech-driven solutions along with the power of AI and IT. We aim to advance laboratories in three key areas, which is greater efficiency in laboratory management, what we call beyond management, enhanced accuracy in diagnostic testing beyond diagnosis, and more sustainable approach to education and talent training, which is what we call beyond education. Just to give you a glimpse, I will just play a small video so you'll have better idea about what this initiative is all about. You all, thank you very much for your kind listening, and we look forward for your support in our Lab Vision 2030. Thank you and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. Tomorrow we start the sessions at 9 a.m. and the dinner will be served in the ground floor restaurant. So have good rest. Thank you so much. Sorry for the delayed sessions. Tomorrow's session will start at sharp 9 a.m. We look forward to having you. You can join using the same link. And yes, don't forget to download your certificates on the same web link from where you joined this webinar after the sessions. Thank you. Looking forward to have you tomorrow. Thank you.